Hey everybody, welcome. It is Wednesday, September 22nd. This is the RambleCast. I don't know what's going on today. Nothing's happened. Absolutely zero news has happened today. I mean, okay, there was that Gabby Petito thing, but no, we're not going to talk about that. We might. We're not. Trust me, we're really not. I have heard more about that than I care to, which is kind of funny because I really am not paying that close attention to it. Weirdly, can't not hear about it. Anyway, I see somebody, at least someone is in viewing. No idea who, but welcome. Glad to have you around. So before getting into what I think will be the main event, which is, of course, is Microsoft making an announcement. Couple announcements. A few things happened with Microsoft is what I'm hearing. But I figured I would quickly sidetrack to, as I realize I've got my scenes not set up correctly. I figured I would quickly sidetrack to this thing posted by The Verge. So I don't want to come down too hard on this post, but I also kind of want to come down hard on this post. It's one of those situations. Let's see. I'll quickly post the link into chat if anyone wants to read the entire post. The short version, the extreme TLDR of this is professors. They're really focusing on college professors. Apparently, professors are having a problem where students are coming in and don't have the vaguest idea how to work with files on a computer. As in, they kind of don't even know they have to. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating there, but not by much. The basic premise here is that college professors have students coming in and they don't know how to do things like know where they saved a file to, or they don't have any concept of like organizing files into folders and things like that. So if you were following me on Twitter, you may have already seen, I kind of already called this out a little bit for the fact that honestly, well, do I want to get into that quite yet? All right, I'll give a little bit longer of the TLDR of this. So they talked to a few different professors, all of which had fairly similar complaints. They all noticed, I think it was in 2017, that this was becoming an issue. And they also talked to some of the students, and the students they talked to gave their impressions of this. Some of which really noted that they just never had to do this before, and they were just starting to think about it. Now, so my immediate take on this was, hey, if you've been paying attention, this has been a problem for a long time. When I was going to college, and I wish I was kidding, I can think of plenty of people, notably not software engineers, but I can think of lots of people. Nursing students in particular. I went to a school that was, the two dominant majors were software engineering and nursing. So believe me, I'm not picking on nursing students here. That's just who I had the most most visible example of. I knew a couple of nursing students who could not use a computer. Their capabilities really stopped at sit down a computer, open word processor, type, print. And hey, that's a thing. It's understandable. Their job was not to be good at computers. One of the things I noticed about this article is the people they spoke to. The first one was an operations research and financial engineering major, which, okay, this, no offense here, but this does not strike me as a person who probably needs to really be a software engineer level or even really have that much awareness. I don't know. I'm not truthfully when I hear operations research and financial engineering major, I feel like I don't know what that is. I was going to look it up, but time, and a lot more time than I wanted to put into it. My immediate feeling is this is someone who doesn't need to know that much about the internals of a computer, but it is noted, and I find this really interesting, the student, quote, knows how to program. And when I read that, my immediate question is, program what? Does he know? I mean, facetiously, I could say, does that mean he knows how to program a VCR? Which I bet he doesn't. Or is this programming like a scripting language? Is this programming like real programming, like he sat down and written an iOS app before? Or is this programming in the sense of, I don't know, give me more context than he knows how to program. Because honestly, like, no offense intended to him, but an operations research and financial engineering major does not strike me as dude knows C++. It's one of those things. Anyway, this is a student who does not really know how to work with a file system. And we'll come back to the metaphors that they use, or analogies that they use in a bit, but let's see. The next one that they cited was a journalism major at Texas A&M. Now, aside from Texas A&M having a reputation as a party school, which I won't actually hold against them here, because let's be honest, most of us kind of wish we could have gone to party schools. Okay, I wish I could have gone to a party school. What stands out to me is journalism major. Again, this is probably not somebody whose core competency needs to be working the computer. Again, not a judgment against them. It's just an observation. And was there one? I feel like there was a third in here, but I may have been mistaken. But I would have sworn they approached a third student and had that major listed too. Maybe I'll cheat and search for major. Nope, only 2 instances of major. And Chrome being Chrome does not. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to go with probably the only 2 listed. I thought there were more. But here's the thing. Like I said, I went to school with a bunch of people who did not know anything about the file system. Many years later, I was working as a developer, and I encountered many other developers. I'll tell you, honestly, I knew people who didn't know, like, they could work a basic file system, they understood the concepts, but man, they did not know a lot about computers. I knew people who actually struggled with basic stuff. I knew people who actually didn't know. No joke. I'm picturing a developer right now. We actually picked on this guy when we found out, which, considering the circumstances, was deeply unprofessional. But not just me. I just joined in on this. We picked on a person for the fact that they did not know that there were hotkeys. It's not that he didn't know what the hotkeys were. He didn't know such a thing existed. And it's not like we hazed him relentlessly. This was like the start of a night kind of thing. So, it was just some little beyond lightweight ribbing, but yeah, we picked on him. We bought him a few drinks. It was okay. But yeah. How does someone get along as a developer without learning that there are hotkeys? That is hard to imagine for me. And it's hard, I think, hard for a lot of people to imagine. How do you get to this point without knowing he knew the file system, I assume. I saw no reason to think he didn't. But he didn't know about hotkeys. He did not know about a couple of other things we came to find out later. But this is the thing. A lot of people don't know this stuff. They already didn't know this stuff. I don't think that this is as unique as The Verge, at least the writer of this article, wants people to think it is. And I'm sure anyone listening to this stream, in all likelihood, has worked with files before. Let's be honest. This is a tech-forward audience. But I get where this is coming from. And one of the things I found really interesting is this article really doesn't dive into it. But Steve Jobs many years ago said he wanted to hide the file system. He didn't want people to see the file system. That was one of the tenets of iOS, is the idea being you would be able to pick up the device and not have to understand how files work, not have to manage things in directories, not have to keep one singular bucket full of all of your files, and that's just going to be it forever. He didn't want that. He wanted each app to have its own little pocket universe that they lived within. And obviously there were some things that didn't work in that scenario. You know, apps sometimes need to be able to share files. A file that comes out of one app might need to go into another. It's a thing. So, you know, this is something that iOS has had to work through. And Android approached it from the other side, where Android really was just kind of like using a computer, but slowly but surely they started introducing more and more deep integration to prevent people from having to mess with files. These days, I would say the average person does not open up a file manager even once a year. Granted, that was probably true even back in like the honeycomb days, but well, I guess gingerbread days, but whatever. The realities though are most people, I think, already didn't know about file systems and like basic directory structure and file management. I think most people already weren't doing this. It's just becoming more obvious. And a lot of these people are, you know, they're used to using an iPad. They're used to using, even Windows to a certain extent has abstracted away a lot of the file system issues. And app development as a whole has really made this a thing. I'll even say with my own development, when I build tools, one of the things, unfortunately, this has had to be a thing with multiple languages because every language handles this in some really weird, obscure way. Every single language that I pick up, one of the first things I try to learn is how does this language best handle files that are local to the things that I build. So if I'm building an app to run on Mac OS, how should I configure it so that that app just has local files stored somewhere and I never need to open them? I do not ever want to have to pull up an open dialog in the stuff that I write. I want it to open automatically. I want things to be managed, even in my own code, because to me that's a better experience. So I'll go to the efforts to make that happen, because I just don't want to deal with an open dialog if I can avoid it. That or I'll write in drag and drop. If that's what it comes down to, I will totally write in drag and drop so that I can. I just have to have a Finder window open. I'll open the app and then drag the file right in. If there's going to be multiple files, that's how it's going to be done. Anyway, so with this story, I found it odd that they're kind of not acknowledging how many people already didn't know this stuff. Two, that iOS really wasn't mentioned as a factor. And actually, what is kind of doubly weird, they're kind of blaming it on Google. The subtitle for this literally says, "A generation that grew up with Google is forcing professors to rethink their lesson plans." Is it really Google at fault? I don't think of Google as the thing that has anything to do with file systems. So, like, if I'm going to call out this article for anything, it's actually that, because multiple references are made that kind of imply Google is the villain here, and I disagree. I mean, sure, Google might have some small factor here, but to me, if anything, it's Apple, and to a much lesser extent, Microsoft. These are the companies that built operating systems, and eventually, yes, Google with Android later. But those are the companies that really built the operating systems that started abstracting away the file system. So yeah, I'm not keen on that particular aspect of it. But one other thing kind of got me, and I kind of keyed into this on Twitter a little bit, but not very deep. The metaphor that they used, that the students used, or rather the metaphor that was kind of hooked in with this article, I guess. The hell just flew by me? Why is it I always have things flying around my head in here? Anyway. So just gonna pick up the zapper, and if I see this thing again, forgive me when I go silent and try to kill it. Anyway, so the metaphor that that one professor supposedly used. Did I get it? I think I did. Guess we'll find out when it maybe gets back up. Anyway, the metaphor that was used by one of the students and then seemingly one of the professors is that they treat files kind of like a laundry basket. Now, there are a few problems with this, but first, I went to college, and yes, I definitely knew people who just like washed their clothes and left the clothes in the laundry basket, and at a certain point, like as they dirtied clothes, the clothes would just kind of get tossed on the floor or in a corner, and then they would just like pick it all up, throw it in the same basket, carry it downstairs, wash, and that was their cycle. I was pretty good about just throwing dirty clothes into a bag, washing them, and then actually putting them in drawers or hanging them up. And here's the thing, I would say that was the majority of college students that I knew. I know there were some who weren't like that, but most of them actually did. It really wasn't as bad as they make. Anyway. But yeah, these people describe file management as kind of a dragging files out of the laundry basket, and that's just how they wear them and use them. I don't get it. Anyway. But some of the professors apparently were acknowledging that this is an issue they're probably going to start having. And I see where they're coming from. That they're going to have to start teaching students how to use computers at a more basic level, and that there are probably, to some extent, the professors are probably going to have to acknowledge that this is something that's changing in the real world anyway. In a few years, it might not make sense for students to have to actually learn how file systems work. It just may not really be a factor anymore. And what stood out to me about that is that I agree. Not just because of what Apple is doing. Well, Apple and others. I don't want to give this solely to Apple. But what strikes me is file systems in and of themselves are changing. In various ways. They have been changing for a long time. If you open up any Mac, you can right click or double tap to click, control click, whatever it is, to bring up a menu on a file. In there, there are a couple things that you can do to that file. Well, obviously there are many things you can do to that file, but one thing in particular is you can go through and there's a tiny little line with multicolored dots. Well, as it turns out, those dots allow you to color that file. Seemingly pretty innocuous, right? And when I say color that file, what it's actually doing is just adding one of those dots to the file in the Finder. Not a big deal, right? Not at all. It's pretty straightforward, simple thing. Well, did you know that you can sort by those colors? Did you know that you can search for files that have that color attached? Yeah, this has been a thing for years. You can actually add other tags too. If you wanted to, you could tag all of your files with various terms. All those same things apply. You can sort by those, you can search by those terms. You can look up all of this stuff. It doesn't matter what folders these files are in. This is just metadata that's attached to the file now. And if you start thinking about files in the same way Google thinks about email, it starts making a whole lot more sense. Gmail for years has had tags. And sure, if you want, you can use tags in the same way that you use folders in, say, Outlook. But you don't have to. As a single email can actually belong to multiple tags, or rather multiple tags can be on a single email. And this enables you to see all kinds of stuff. So you could have a single file, a single email that belongs to your, let's say, receipts. You might also put that same file in, I don't know. Or sorry, you might tag that same file as being part of a project. You could also tag it as, I thought I would have more examples streaming to mind, but it doesn't matter. Maybe even it has a conversation and various other important things coming up. All of these things, you can tag it and search by any one of those tags. You don't have to go into a single folder, or rather, you don't have to put it to a single folder and not associate it with any of those other things. Now you have multiple ways to access the same file. Metadata is going to take over the file system someday, in some capacity. So, hello. Hey, for those who, wait, what is this about? I can't talk about this, but I can say there will be news tomorrow. Just for anyone who's aware and cares, there will be some news tomorrow. Chat room is still quiet. If you're listening, if you can actually reply, if you're not driving, for example, feel free to at least say hi. That way I know that way I know that the current view count isn't just listing me. Anyway, so damn it, just as I put the zapper down, something flies in my eye. Anyway, okay, well, I'm gonna close Slack so I don't have to keep hearing it do its thing. Anyway, so what else is there? Oh yeah, so I think metadata is going to become probably a much larger part of file systems in the future. It makes sense. I certainly want it that way. I want to be able to, you know, I still want to be able to organize files to some extent in folders, but I'd also like to be able to make a clear, definitive, hey, Austin, no worries. Like I said, if you're driving, don't worry about it. But good to know someone is actually listening. I was going to say, if no one's listening, I might just start rambling off in totally random directions. Let's see. Anyway, so unrelated. Oops. Signing in my password manager. All right. So yeah, I think at this stage we're probably headed towards metadata first file systems. It's not going to happen right away, but we are going to go there. I hope. That would be a much better experience. At least at some point you can listen to it. You never know. Well, no, actually, I'm trying to think of the things I would ramble about, and it's like, well, it's probably going to be either gadgets, tech gear, or more specifically like cameras or something like that. And it's like, no, this is all stuff I think you're good with. So yeah, it works. I'm a little surprised no one else is here. Like, it's so much quieter than usual. Regardless. So yeah, I thought this Verge post was interesting. It raises a nice topic, but I think it is short-sighted and lacks a lot of awareness, because I think it's forgetting both where people are coming from, where they were just even a few years ago, I don't know that it's even really that aware of where people are now. And truthfully, I kind of think that it's incredibly unaware of where we're going. So yeah, Verge, good start, bad delivery. So sorry to Monica Chin. Is that? Yes, Monica Chin. But yeah, I feel like you could have done this deeper and better, which just occurs to me that's what she said line. But there we go. Anyway, there's no way to go wrong with it. That's what she said. Ever since The Office, this line has been minted. And damn it, I see that thing flying around again. Okay. What else do we have? Well, I guess we can talk Microsoft. You know what, Verge, we're just gonna totally use you as the automatic source of all information on this. This is the lazy way of doing it, but we're not going to use their video. By the way, for anyone who watched this, we talked about this obviously in Discord. I'll just say it. I generally like Microsoft's pacing, but man, that whole presentation was just so much cringe. There was a lot of cringe in there. They did not need to go down that road of just making everything feel slightly too awkward to be real. So let's see. They announced a few products. We're not going to talk about the mouse because the mouse is stupid. It's just a generic mouse that has a certain amount of recycled material, which just feels like a weird cliche. 20% ocean plastics specifically, which is like, okay guys, thanks. It's good in a sense, but instead of making a hype about that, like, actually do something. Because yeah, I don't know. Something feels just lame about that brag. Let's see. I'm looking to see if there was anything else. I kind of feel like there wasn't. Also, as a side note, I know people love Panos. I don't. Like, he's okay. I don't have anything against him. I don't see the affinity people have for him. Like, he's okay. He is a much better presenter than some other people. You know, I know it's two completely different jobs, but I will say, Sundar Pichai, I don't want to see him presenting. He's way worse. And sorry, I'm saying way worse as if Panos is on the worst scale. To me, Panos is good, but not spectacular. He's a good presenter, and that's pretty much where it ends. Let's see. And I'm not saying I would do better. I don't know. Maybe I would. Someone hire me. Let's try it. I'll try it. I'll do this. Anyway. So let's see. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I do want to quickly give the smallest amount of credit for the adaptive kit for the new laptops. It's a little, I feel like their presentation was maybe giving it more time than it, I don't want to say more time than it deserves, but the presentation felt a little forced, a little heavy-handed, but I love that they are doing this. I love that they're actually talking about it. Because I think that this gets more companies thinking about how they can make their products more useful, more accessible, just generally speaking, higher quality, because this has been brought up several times in the past. When companies and developers put effort into actually like making their products accessible, a lot of times what'll end up happening is their products will end up becoming more or they will improve in quality in ways that actually apply to everyone, not just the people who rely on the accessibility. I was actually sitting in a session at a Google I/O many years ago. I think this may have been my first Google I/O, possibly my second. So 2013 or 2014. While I was sitting in there, I went to this session actually on accessibility, and one of the things they talked about, they actually gave an example of some of the things that they really recommended. One of them being that you go through and you give text labels to all of your buttons, even if the button only has an icon on it. That way screen readers have something to actually read. As I'm listening to this, they proceed to then say, oh, and by the way, by doing this, what we found is a lot of developers are actually discovering places where they didn't necessarily have the right metaphor for what their icons might represent, or even the button itself. Like, the button might open up some screen that has 3 different functions to it, and as they're sitting there looking at this and trying to come up with a title, they might realize, oh, yeah, maybe we should split this up into something different. Or maybe the fact that we piled 3 completely different functions into this one screen may be a sign that all the other little functions that aren't important should also go here. Like, they start rethinking how their apps are architected, because here they are with an example of a thing that is just not really clear out of the gate. So the more they start processing it and working with it, the more they recognize, here's a thing that can be made better. So I'm in favor of this. I think the fact that Microsoft is considering ways to make their products more physically accessible it's a good sign of here's something that other companies should be looking at doing to possibly make their products more logical and accessible. And in a lot of cases, you don't need to sell stickers like Microsoft is doing. I mean, not to belittle what Microsoft is doing here, but they're just selling a sticker pack that has a particular function assigned to each of the stickers. Realistically, they could, there are ways that someone could come along and say, you know what, we could improve a keyboard so you don't need these stickers. We could improve how a particular part or accessory or physical feature of a product works so that maybe people won't have trouble opening it. Maybe they won't have complications with triggering a particular feature or function. Maybe they don't have to press a button as hard, or things like that. When you start sitting down and thinking through each of these accessibility features and the things that this little accessory pack does, chances are they didn't have to sell an accessory pack if they started thinking about, oh, we could have tweaked this thing in this way. We could have used this other thing in this other way. The more you fiddle with stuff, the more you start solving the problems in permanent, corrective ways, as opposed to giving people a sticker that you attach to the kickstand and tie a lanyard through, which very notably, the person who is doing all of this stuff, the person who's going to be using this laptop is also not the person who's going to be able to get a lanyard attached to that sticker. If you watch the video, you'll very much notice he would not have had the motor skills to do that. So yeah, he would have needed someone's help, and that's fine. I get it. Like, sometimes you just have to get someone to help you with the first bits, and then you can come back around and do the rest. That's great. But in this instance, like, it is incredibly clear that would not have been within his capabilities, at least not easily. So yeah, anyway, enough of that. Dare we go to the Duo first? I guess second, whatever. We'll come back to the laptops in a little bit. So, well, the laptop and the tablet. So anyway, Microsoft Surface Duo 2. A few outlets got hands-on with these. That does not include AP. I believe there's a story there, but I don't think it can be told. For what it's worth, I don't think any of us know the story, but I think we have a pretty good idea. Regardless, so by the way, Austin, sorry, I saw this comment earlier and I read like literally the first 3 words and then stopped, but they needed a live audience or some sort of laugh track. You know, it's weird. I felt that about Apple's presentations, because Apple used to specifically prepare and factor in like an audience applause moment. They knew where their applause moments were going to be, so they like it was like stand-up comedy routines. They know, like, hey, here's our pacing. We're going to put like our story. We're going to have the high, the low. We're going to get in there, and then all of a sudden you drop the punchline, and every comedian knows, stop. You give your punchline, you stop on a dime. You don't say another thing. You give the audience a chance to laugh their way through it. If it's a big laugh moment, you give them time to get through that laugh before you fire back up. It's either that or you go kind of the Dane Cook route. Man, I feel like I'm dating myself with a Dane Cook reference, but you fire up the Dane Cook moment, and like you drop the punchline, and then take it a step higher, and then one step higher. Like, you're going for the rock and roll moment. You want that big punch. You want like the bass drop. You want the guitar solo that everyone can just like gush over. And you ride that out. You ride out the laugh. That was something Apple did right. I have never seen anyone else nail this. Except, sorry, I will take that back to a small extent. And as much as I love him, I even have to acknowledge Chet Haas. Like, he's great. I love him. He does this. But even he does not have it mastered. He does not have that stage presence to get up there and control the crowd the way that Steve Jobs used to. The way that Craig Federighi learned to. If you saw Craig Federighi when he first got up there, C-Fed was trembling. It famously trembling. It was awesome. I watched that one live. It was hilarious. Live stream, not in person, sadly. But yeah. Anyway, let's see. Hoopy, the inspirational music was a bit much. Yes, it was. Also, welcome, Hoopy. Good to have you with us. Let's see, Austin. I hope Google had a live audience similar to I/O. I cannot imagine a world in which they're going to. I'm assuming you mean for the Nexus 6 or the Pixel 6. The Pixel 6 announcement. Man, every other company's like, hey, our numbers are just gonna have to go into the double digits. You know, it's time. We're gonna have Windows 11, the iPhone 13, all of the stuff just hits double digits. Google's like, nah, we'll just kill the Nexus brand. We'll start the Pixel brand. Right around the time of the Pixel 9, you know what? We're gonna do something new. We're gonna start the Gadget 1. I don't know. Phone 1. The Google Phone 1. If they do that, I quit. I'm just saying. I quit. Oh, hopefully they don't do Nest 1. I will hate on that forever. Austin, you think they did I/O well this year? I'd have to look at it again, but I don't know. I haven't been happy with any of the announcements this year. I'm particularly unhappy with Apple's because I feel like they are just too ramped up, too fast. It's too intense of a pace. In 3 years, they'll replace phones with AR glasses. The Voxel one. Oh God. Oh God. I cringe. I get it, but I cringe. But anyway. No, so yeah. Anyway, so getting back to the Surface Duo 2. I'll try to be on topic with this one. So 3 cameras. They just jumped straight from 1 to 3. Cheers to them for that. That was certainly a good move. The phone looks prettier objectively. Like they didn't technically close the gap to my knowledge. It's not, the 2 sides aren't any closer, but they have gone with curved screens on the inside path, so it looks like they're closer together. So that's something, I guess. It's still a pretty big phone. I don't feel like going so far as to say it's huge. I know some people are mocking the size, but it's chunky. It's got some full-on chonk. It's the fat cat phone, but I feel like it's still not as absurd as like that terrible Dell phone that came out like 12 years ago or whatever. It probably wasn't actually 12 years ago, but maybe 9, 8 or 9, something like that. I feel like they're not jumping the shark with this yet. It's big, but it's not stupid. So that's something. Of course, as Hoopy brings up the bezels, those bezels are they're big. I'm still not convinced that that's a bad thing. I still think bezels are really helpful just because they give you the ability to actually grip the top, or if you turn it horizontally or vertically. I don't really know what orientation we're going to say that is, but if you turn it so it's kind of laptop orientation, I guess. Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good experience. You can pick it up, you can hold it, and that's going to be okay. So I don't hate the bezels, but I will admit they could be a little bit skinnier and still get the job done. They don't have to be quite as big as they are. I doubt. But it's hard to tell. That being said, it raises one interesting question in my mind. Which would you rather have? More screen or a phone that doesn't go quite as tall? Because I feel like both answers would be good, but neither one is right. Because, man, I feel like anything you can do to shrink the size of this phone's footprint probably is a good thing. But the counterpoint is, who doesn't want more screen? Anyway, yeah, shrinking the bezels a little bit in one form or another would probably be a good move. Hoopy, the bezels have to be for the hinge, right? I mean, some of it, yes, but as you can see, if you get in real close, those bezels have at least a good, I'm guessing, 2 to 3 millimeters of space between the hinge and the display. So my thinking is they could still shrink it some. However big that hinge is probably the limit. And it doesn't have to be. I mean, strictly speaking, we can look at the fact that we have round LCD or LED. Actually, wait. Yeah, I guess that OLED, whatever. We have round watches that accomplish this. We can have displays that have weird cutouts and shapes and stuff like that. Strictly speaking, they could run a display all the way to the top. They don't have to have like a whole line of the top of the device dedicated just because they have a hinge up there at the top. They can have a cutout. But that being said, yeah, I think they just recognize that this is something they needed to do for whatever reason, and that's what they're doing. Let's see. Hoopy. They must have been unwilling to invest the time and energy in cutting the screen around the hinges. Okay, yeah. you said it before I even went down that road, but yeah. I mean, that would explain a lot. Maybe it does keep costs way down by just having a straight line display the way they have it. It's also possible. I mean, obviously they're keeping costs down by manufacturing 2 phones attached by some wires as opposed to one single folding phone like Samsung has and a few other companies are building, and Google supposedly will one day have, if the rumor mill is not completely making this up. Though let's be honest, I still don't think that's coming out this year. Virtual bezels will be the trend in 2023. I don't see why not. Give me the virtual bezels. I'm all for it. Though it's funny you say that, because that actually does raise an interesting point. I I'm singing the praises of virtual having bezels, and an argument that I always give for smartwatches. I'm constantly saying, hey, give me, like, I want a smartwatch to be a watch first and foremost, but I want it to have a few more features. And then there are a few features that I don't necessarily care about myself, but I don't see any reason they shouldn't be there. And yeah, this is the exact same logic. Just because I don't want the touchscreen and display to go all the way to the edge, that doesn't mean someone else doesn't. So we should both be able to choose. And if it's at all possible, we don't need to choose two different pieces of hardware. We can just choose a single device that gives us both. It actually makes a lot of sense. Anyway, let's see. Did I miscredit that to Hoopy when I read that? I may have. Anyway, Austin had said that. So Hoopy did follow with, my biggest serious criticism is that while this is a neat device, it lacks any sort of ecosystem buy-in to differentiate it from the Z Fold or even just a regular form. I don't know that I completely agree with that, because I don't know that. Well, okay, so if you go back to the announcement of the first Surface Duo, they did show a lot of apps making special use out of this hardware. So I think the hardware does have a function beyond just being two displays. They really hyped up the fact that you can fold it and use the top screen for whatever it is that you're paying attention to, and then you can sort of type or use the bottom half for other functions. They definitely highlighted that games can have kind of like a top and bottom display. Oh, that little flying thing is walking across my screen, and it's moving super lightning fast, so there is no freaking way I'm killing this thing. I want this thing dead so bad. Anyway. So, there's that angle of it, and then I'm assuming that, okay, let me read the next comment or next two comments to see if maybe you're heading in a specific direction with this. Aside from bigger screen, this doesn't seem to be any better for MS apps than the near non-existent ecosystem of Microsoft devices, apps, than competing devices compared to Apple or even Google. For about the same cost as this, you can get an iPhone 13, iPad mini, and a keyboard folio that will be at least as good as productivity in not much bigger a pocket space. Okay, so are you thinking along the lines of like a, well, okay, you're specifically saying devices, apps. Okay, so the apps I agree with. And I mean, everyone has criticized that aspect of it, rightfully so. It's plainly obvious the app situation is not good. It's going to never be good. It's going to keep getting worse, in fact. But to that point, I will say, as if Google makes good on the presumed folding experience, which XDA seems to be going in really, really hard on. There's definitely going to be a 12.1 update that's going to bring all this fold related stuff. We'll see. I mean, that may or may not happen. But what stands out to me is it may become less necessary for apps to individually support this. And it might just become a situation where the apps can, or the OS itself just gives you enough of the experience. And as long as apps implement some basic functionality, it probably shouldn't matter. Now, getting them to implement that basic functionality is the tricky part. I mean, we all know it was basically impossible to get apps to implement even the stuff that's sort of half required. Anyone remember when notification channels became a requirement and every app developer's like, okay, well, fine, we'll create one notification channel and all of our notifications go through it. Yeah, you know, some app developers are never really going to get on the bandwagon, but we'll see. But when it comes down to it, I look at this and I think Microsoft has an opportunity to create an ecosystem of its own. The company has room to grow with this and to do more with it. Whether or not they'll do that is a big question mark, but I think it is reasonable to say they have that capability. I mean, we are talking one of the richest tech companies in the world. Even still, they have the ability, the money, and the resources, developers, everything they need in order to circle around and actually start building a good ecosystem around this device. Whether or not they're going to commit to that level, I don't know. I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. It's not unthinkable. So, that being said, I feel suddenly like pointing out because I do think this is funny. And it just dawned on me. So they're going to be coming out with the Surface Duo 2. You'll be able to install Android apps from the Play Store on it, naturally. Meanwhile, Windows 11 is going to be sitting over in the corner going, hey, don't forget me, I can install Android apps too from wow, that was smooth. I can install Android apps too from Amazon. Which is going to be a real awkward scenario, I think. Because at some point, obviously they're going to encourage people to also install the Amazon App Store on the Surface Duo, but who's to say that that's not going to go kinds of wonky? Let's see. So, Hoopy, what I'm getting at is this is a neat device with interesting use cases and some special considerations from MS apps, but I can't see why I would want this solution as opposed to some non-Microsoft solution. Okay, that actually gets into something I was going to bring up in just a minute, which, quick skim I want to see. Nope, okay. I don't see anyone saying the keywords, so I'll read though. Austin said, I think the form factor is the biggest limitation for Microsoft here, especially now that it doesn't close flat with screens on the outside because of the cameras. I think it's inevitable that they'll go folding screen in a generation or two. Yeah, I agree. I think they'll go folding screen eventually. And Hoopy said, if I'm a big Microsoft software guy, what does this do for me that nothing else does? Right now, I don't see what that is when there are a lot of other excellent solutions, because soft keyboards suck for typing. Okay, so I'm going to throw in 2 points on this. And one of them you're going to hate because it is a cop-out, but it is absolutely the truth. Enterprise. Now, you're probably thinking, oh yeah, so you're saying that somehow this is going to have some enterprise solutions and stuff like that. Nope, not what I'm going for. Contracts. Think about LG for a second. This is an argument that I made so many times about LG, because LG would put out these devices that were like easily $200 more than what they should have been selling for. They were like technically flagship devices if you go purely by the chip that was in them, but they were made cheaper. They were obviously not as good. It was using LG software that wasn't very good. The cameras were mediocre. And just everything about the LG devices, like, I don't mean any hate towards them, but they weren't great. Though I say that without having used them, I can't fully judge, but I'm trusting the reviews and what everyone else said. Here's the thing, though, and I brought this up a bunch of times. The reason LG would come out with devices with these astronomically high prices is because then they would sell them to companies. The company that needs to buy phones for 200 employees, for whatever reason. If LG approaches them and says, hey, here's our phone, it's $900, then, well, tell you what, if you're interested in buying, say, 400 phones, did I say 200 earlier? It doesn't matter. If you're interested in buying 100, 200, 300, 400 phones, we'll give you a discount of 25%. Now, that discount is going to come off of the MSRP, and that MSRP is $200 inflated. So then they get to circle back around in a couple of weeks, a few months, whatever, usually a couple of weeks. And lo and behold, they now have a bunch of carrier deals to get that phone sold to normal people. And of course, normal people weren't buying the phone, so it didn't matter. But LG was selling still a decent number of phones to companies under contracts like that. I feel like Microsoft is going to be doing the same thing. I know that they did not sell a whole lot of Surface Duos, but a large part of that is they couldn't really come up with a good scenario for who should be buying them when the devices had a mediocre, outdated processor. Well, I guess it wasn't a mediocre processor, it was just outdated. It still had a janky software experience and a lot of other problems. But we're now talking about one that's got a current processor. It's going to have a good enough experience because it's now had a year's worth of maturing to do on top of whatever the original development time was. Their experience working with Google is... Okay, seriously, this thing is like dive bombing me. But they now have at least some more maturity on the software side. The device looks better, it's neater, so on and so forth. Like, all the things that make for a good pitchable device are there. The only catch is they're going to have to sell companies on buying, let's say, 100 of these at whatever price. And bear in mind, this is going to be coming out for $1,600. I think that was the number, right? $1,599, I believe. Let's see. Oh, sorry, no, $14.99. My bad. Microsoft. Oh wait. Instead, the company's doubling down with this new version that will start at a whopping $14.99, $100 more than the original. An article I saw earlier said it was $200 more. So, the Digital Trends article that I pasted into Discord. So, one of them I think was wrong. Either about the price of the Duo 2 or the price of the Duo 1. But they got something. Somebody got something wrong. Anyway. So, the thing is, I do... Let's be honest. They're going to have to do a lot of wheeling and dealing. And I feel like in order to get the Duo 2 to sell in these types of contracts, they're going to have to be offering companies like tops $1,000. They're going to have to do some real discounting to get this thing out in contract agreements with companies. And I think that's going to be a really, really challenging sell. But being able to say, hey, we're knocking off a third the price, that's a pretty good way to make your sales pitch. If if a company is actually interested in getting these for its employees, it's telling them, hey, a third off and you can have this, like that's solid. So yeah, that's one part of it. The other part of it, I will say, legitimately, I can see Microsoft kind of doing the Google Plus push with this. And by that, I mean the same way that Google said, all right, every division, you have to make a way for Google Plus to integrate with your product. We don't care how, we don't care what, you gotta have a way for it to hook into Google Plus. If Microsoft kind of drops the dirty bomb here and says, yes, we absolutely want everybody to find a way to get their software onto the Duo. We want you to give a good quality, like, exclusive experience. Maybe that's something that they're going to do. Maybe in 6 months, they're going to be, or over the next 6 months, maybe they're going to announce one after another, like, here's a product that works with it. Here's a product that works with it. Here's a product that works with it. It's going to be an Oprah situation. Next thing you know, hey, not only can you use Excel with this, but I'm suddenly at a blank for what else there might be. But maybe not just all the Office stuff, but maybe they will move it into supporting all kinds of products. It's not impossible. It's not likely, but it's not impossible. And who knows? Microsoft has also been known in the past to pay companies or help companies develop software that works with their products. So, damn it, this thing is driving me insane. So, it's entirely possible that they'll approach, I don't want to say Dropbox, that's such a generic default answer, but maybe they will approach all these other companies and say, hey, there's an SDK out there, please use it. We will fund, like, we'll give you $10,000 to integrate the necessary features so that we can show you off on stage in 6 months or something. We want everyone to be able to announce that they support this. To be fair, if they were going to do this, they should have done it 6 months ago. Microsoft should have been handing out the Surface Duo 1. Because, now it's, as others have said, it's basically on a fire sale. They should have been handing that thing out to everybody. I mean, just every developer they could find who was interested or willing to implement stuff in their apps. They should have been handing the original Surface Duo out to those people and saying, here, as you don't even have to pay for it as long as you add this list of features to your app within the next 6 months. And then the Surface Duo 2 comes out and they can say, we already have 300 apps that support such and such, like, drag and drop feature or dual screen features, this, that, whatever. Like, if you can put up a big list of all the major, mainstream apps that support this function, that's a better sales pitch than any of the stuff that they showed off today. Showing that they're developers supporting this thing. Come on. Why is this little thing flying at me? I just want you dead. Why won't you die? Die to my zapper. Okay, bastard. So yeah, I think their strategy has maybe not been the best. I think they could be doing a lot more for it. But I can see where there's a potential for this stuff to happen. I do agree with your Hoopy. I do agree with your point that they're not really making the sales pitch right. Or rather, the product doesn't really do the thing everyone needs it to do, which is be somehow different in a good way. That's totally true. They really they really have not nailed that issue yet. And I'm not sure they're going to, which is kind of not a good scenario. To their credit, though, they did solve a few of the issues that they had. The phone now is prettier, and it has good cameras. And maybe not great cameras, I don't know, but it has good cameras. And let's be honest, that is 10 times more significant than a lot of the other stuff. So we'll see, but I think they made the right choice with that. Okay, so continuing down in the comments, which I know I fell a little behind. Let's see. Hoopy. I can see MS bringing a suite of Surface phones in the future to replace what used to be BlackBerry's domain. Yes. That I think absolutely is going to happen. Like almost invariably. Because there's still... I mean, that is absolutely something that never really happened. A lot of the people on BlackBerry just moved over to iPhones, and I'm not saying that they weren't happy about that shift, but it didn't exactly serve all of their needs. Hey Austin, thank you for the tip, my man. Helping out the channel. Let's see. I think I still didn't set up the notification, the in-stream notifications. I need to do that so badly. I keep flaking on that, which sucks. Yeah, I will fix it one of these days very soon. I have it in my list of things to do to actually redo the graphics and a lot of other stuff for this channel. I just keep forgetting. Anyway, so let's see, getting back to the BlackBerry point. Yeah, I do think that's a problem that never really got solved. And I've seen a few people like I think a lot of companies just made the casual switch to iPhones, and it didn't exactly solve all of their problems, but it was a good fix for what they needed. And I think a fair portion of them also went over to Samsung. Basically kind of the same story. I think folding phones are kind of starting to solve some of those issues and in the way that those people want them, but I don't think it's enough. I think there's still an audience out there of, you know, the not proverbial, but the stereotypical high, like, big money lawyer who needs to have tons of access, stuff open all the time on their screens and blah blah blah. I think that exists, and they do want something like this. Whether or not Samsung or Apple or we'll pretend Google or eventually Microsoft solves that issue, I don't know, but I feel like Microsoft is in a better place to try to steal that market back. Let's see. Hoopy then said, I'm not necessarily where this one falls in that suite, but it makes sense now that they've killed Windows Mobile. Oh, not necessarily sure where this one falls in that suite. Yeah, it basically, it's still the same path. It's whether or not they can start competing with or reclaim the BlackBerry market. Has Surface caught on in Windows, the enterprise market, at least compared to HP and Dell? I doubt they're even close. I don't think so. I have never heard of large scale, like actual enterprise, using Surface in large numbers. I do know of a few small companies that, like, they decked out their employees with Surface stuff. I don't think that counts. But I do know of a few companies where, like, they wanted to kind of like use it as a sort of marketable element, basically saying, hey, we want our developers to look cool and feel cool and so on and so forth. Hey, Carson, how's it going, man? Good to have you swinging by. But yeah, there are a few companies that have done that for like developers, or just in general, they're picking specific employees that they want to have like the pretty stuff, so they do kind of deck them out with Surface. But that's, you know, that's obviously a one-off. It's not like it's not like I'm trying to think of the name of a big company that would be an obvious choice. I don't know, let's say Walmart. It's not like Walmart is buying Surface stuff for all of its executives and like the various offices to use. That's not happening at all. Yes, the fly is oh wait, the chat over, you're right, the chat overlay is broken. Did I turn that off? Okay, well, first off, I'll switch back to that. I must have turned that off, right? I did. Why did I turn that off? Maybe I don't remember why I turned that off at all. Alright, anyway, that's fixed now. What the hell? Oh. Yeah, I can lock that. That's good. Okay, and that doesn't matter. So, good. Okay. Yeah, I turned it off. You're right. That's exactly why I did. I turned it off for the game stream for some reason. Interesting. Austin, we're at 3 for the times that fly has pissed me off. No, trust me, it's way more than that. Oh my god. It was 3 a few minutes ago. It was 3 in that minute. No, there is, and I think it's 2 flies. 2 little tiny flies. And I don't think they're like regular flies. I don't think they're fruit flies, but there's something about that size. Damn it, I just saw one of them fly in front of the soft box. I don't think I got it, but maybe I did. My ninja-like reflex. Ah, no. Oh, that swipe should have gotten you. The problem is, I'm not sure that they aren't small enough to actually fit between the grates of this zapper. But that last swing should have gotten one of them. And I don't know, maybe I got the other one earlier, but I don't think so. Anyway. So, let's see, scrolling back up. Where are we at? Has Surface caught on? Okay, I was just talking about that. But by and large, I think most enterprise companies, like large companies, yeah, they're just using HP, Dell, Lenovo, whatever. Let's see. Poopy, I think it had some success, but yeah, far and away behind basically any other OEM. Yeah. Austin, when we signed out Google Cloud, or when we signed our Google Cloud contract, they had us a supply room full of Pixel books. That's what will probably happen. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing, and that's why I think that's what Microsoft does. Microsoft, yes, is putting out a product for consumers, but this is a company that caters to businesses. It always has been. Well, maybe not always. If you go back to the MS-DOS days, that might be a little different, but I mean, everything Microsoft has done, it's catering to businesses. it just so happens that a lot of those things, they can also turn into catering somewhat to regular users. But everything ultimately is focused on businesses. And that's good. I mean, it makes sense. It's the profitable market to be in. What confuses me is I still can't see most of the Surface products being good for business. I mean, they're not terrible at it. They're not bad at it, but most of the Surface products just don't feel like they're really business focused. They feel more like lifestyle products that aren't very good at being lifestyle products. Anyway, let's see. Hoopy said, I feel like somewhere there was a plan to recreate Continuum with the Surface Duo, assuming they can get the app support. Basically Dex, but Windows painted with exclusive MS Office support. Yes, 100%, totally agree. I have zero doubt in my head that at some point, if they haven't already done it and just didn't get to announce it for some reason, I'm sure that is something they're working on. It just makes sense. That's what people ask for. And if if you bought this phone, chances are you're a Windows user. I doubt there are many Mac users who are out there, but looking at the Surface Duo 2 and going, you know what? That is definitely a phone for me. Nah. If you're a Mac user or a Linux user, well, if you're a Mac user, you're either getting an iPhone or 50-50, well, not 50-50, but some odds you're either getting an iPhone, a Pixel, or maybe a Galaxy something. Samsung Galaxy something. Maybe OnePlus if you've got kind of the Rebel niche going on. If you're a Linux user, I figure chances are you're either going Pixel or OnePlus, with some Samsung mixed in there just because. Probably no Apple, definitely not a Surface Duo, most likely not a Surface Duo. But if you buy a Surface Duo, you're a Windows user. I feel like that's a safe bet. So give those people that, give them Continuum, give them the various experiences so they're getting everything they want out of it. That being said, I could see Continuum being maybe a little bit challenging to implement in some ways. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. I honestly, I do think that there's going to be a lot of stuff coming to this device. I think, just a hypothetical, I'm going to go on it right now. Let's say hypothetically the Surface Duo 2 bombs. I say hypothetically, even though I think we all know that this is the likely outcome. Let's say it bombs, just utterly disastrously bombs. I bet there will be a Surface Duo 3. In fact, I bet there will be a Surface Duo 4. Even if the 2 and the 3 both bomb, I bet there will be a 4. I think Microsoft is going to stay in this market. Now, that's not to say they won't change it. Maybe it won't actually be a Duo. Maybe they'll instead do like a I'm just saying this for giggles, but maybe a Surface Uno. But I think one way or another, Microsoft is in this for real. I don't think they are going to abandon making Android phones, because they recognize that this is a market they have to be in. This is a do or die kind of market. If they do not gain footing with this market, it hurts them. So I think they're going to stay in it. And if they're going to stay in it, they're going to build those experiences. They're going to make it so you can run an app on your phone and then click a button or tap something or set the phone next to the laptop. I don't know. All of a sudden, like, an app running on your phone will just appear on the screen of your computer. This will be a feature they have. I can almost guarantee it. When it happens, I don't know. But it's going to happen. They will be having They will build in integrations, and I'm pretty confident they are not going to give up making phones. Again, maybe it won't be the Duo, but Microsoft is in the phone market for the long haul. I'm prepared to bet on that. Let's see, Hoopy. I think that would be an especially interesting enterprise sales pitch with Android and Google Play on the field. Yeah. BlackBerry's niche discussion. I know a lot of government positions went to Samsung and other enterprise phones from Android OEMs, but not with the vigor, more just falling back to whatever was there. Yes, definitely agreed. Yeah, most of the people who were hardcore BlackBerry users did not, well, business BlackBerry users, they did not rush to anything. They didn't rush to the iPhone. They weren't thrilled about it. Some were, but very few. A lot of them gave up their BlackBerries very begrudgingly. But it was happening, so they went with it. I honestly think we're not that far from seeing if someone can offer something that appeals to that group, they'll rush to it. I just don't, I do acknowledge, I don't think this is it. Not in its current form. But it feels like, I can see Microsoft making the changes to make that work. We'll see. It really comes down to getting that software out there, and that's the biggest challenge. Let's see. Hoopy, one thing on the enterprise handset discussion is that it's not like Samsung isn't playing their own hand here either, even if they don't have much special to offer in device management. That's true, but they will. I mean, strictly speaking, they actually do have device management. Samsung has that, has some of that stuff there. It's just not super mature. It will be. Give it time. Samsung knows that there's a market here, and I'm sure they're building this. And it's not like Android natively doesn't have a few things. They do. Actually, quite a bit. And by the way, very notably, BlackBerry still exists. They make this. They have device management stuff out there that works with iPhones and Android devices. Let's be honest. Samsung could partner with BlackBerry any day, and next thing you know, this is all stuff that comes integrated with Samsung phones. So we'll see. There's a reality to this sort of situation changing overnight. Let's see, Carson. Skim through earlier section of college student files. Have to say that I've noticed a lot of my peers don't use any folders at all in their files, Google Drive or local. Yeah. I agree. Don't get me wrong. The thing is, though, this is... I know we're going back in topics, but this is 100% something that I saw back when I was in school. I've seen it in years since. Most people just drop all their files into one big folder. This is something that's been happening for years and years. It's always been this way. It's just, I think people are taking notice of it a little bit more. And where in the past, people were maybe a little more inclined to know it was a thing and understand it, now they just haven't been exposed to it at all. And so, like, they're still aware it's a thing, they just don't think or care to do it. And then eventually it turns into, you know, a muddy situation where their files are a big mess. Let's see. Quote, but I always use folders to separate classes in Google Drive and GitLab projects. Oh yeah. I mean, you have to. And believe me, I still use folders for everything. Well, you know, I'm certainly of the mindset and group that would be using folders for a lot of stuff, but yeah, as I scroll up through a Finder window, like, you can just see line of files, line of files, line of files, line of files. You know, I've got several layers deep of files just in my downloads folder. And trust me, that's not even the worst, not by a long shot. And if you were to go looking through like Google Drive or Dropbox, oh yeah, I got deep folder structures. Let's see, Hoopy, in one of those we'll never know behind the scenes questions, I wonder how much the floundering of Windows 10 X has impacted the Surface Duo and other Surface handset plans. Not sure exactly what the issue here is, but which particular floundering? Not quite sure. Hoopy, you're taking off. Hey, and I don't know if you'll hear this, but good having you here. Thanks for hanging out. I guess I won't actually get an answer on that particular what floundering were you referring to, but hey, take it easy and have a good afternoon or evening, whatever it is. Carson, they should just make a regular phone too. Yes. I mean, the only reason I can think of for Microsoft not to make a regular phone is because I somehow honestly think the Surface Duo is going to, by not having a second option, people will feel forced to get the Surface Uno. So the only name I'm going to call it. It's now the Uno. But yeah, they should have just made a regular phone and then keep making this one, but maybe on a different schedule or something. I don't know. But yeah, put out a regular phone first. Try to go with something competent. Caught it at the last minute before turning off the stream. Floundering being canceling of a Windows without the legacy. That would be vastly easier to build desktop mobile app integrations. Okay, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that had a minimal effect, but I kind of doubt that it's a big thing. I suspect that Microsoft is probably... I think they're just fully aware that Windows had to be a thing on desktops for them to succeed, but when it came to phones, they were just going to have to throw in the towel and go Android. And it's not like they were going to be able to get away with making a Windows 10X phone. And as a result, I don't think it was really going to change much in the way of other integrations and stuff like that. So yeah, I think this probably had a little effect, but not a lot. Though I do kind of wonder how much they may have already built for Windows 10X that may have been intended to work with the Surface Duo. That could be a really telling question. Oops. Damn it. I'm fiddling with the wire that's wrapped around this zapper handle and accidentally just unwound part of it. Anyway. So yeah, if you're taking off, take it easy, man. Good having you by. Let's see. Hoopy said, I agree. Very hard to imagine Microsoft going into the Duo 1 and 2 thinking it would be a real success. Okay. Well, I know you're probably gone now, but I will say this. I think they fully thought the 1 was going to be a success. And even though the 1 bombed, I bet a whole bunch of people at Microsoft were looking at the 2 saying, oh no, we fixed the problems. It now has a chip that no one's going to call old, and it has 3 cameras. Therefore fixed. Guaranteed. There are a bunch of people at Microsoft who are convinced, absolutely convinced, that this is how it is. And who knows, maybe it will be successful or more successful, at least moderately successful. It's possible. But I think by any objective standard, The Surface Duo 2 is going to do poorly too. Everyone at Microsoft is going to say, oh, it's a fluke. It was advertising. Or it's because we sent out review units to the wrong sites and they gave it a bad review. Or they're going to say, well, our presentation didn't go right. Look, I'm not trying to be a dick to Microsoft as I say this. I really am not. But it has to be said, Microsoft was the company that became famous for kind of a bubble where they just do not pay attention to stuff. They're not aware of what's happening sometimes in the outside world, and as a result, you end up with some really bad decisions that somehow just keep persisting for year after year, and they don't take notice of the fact that people are mad or bothered. They just kind of tune it all out. This is literally something Microsoft is known for, and it sucks, but it's really true. So yeah, honestly, I think they fully believe their own pitch. They thought the Surface Duo 1 was going to be a hit. It wasn't, and they chalked it up to a few issues that were real problems, but not the issues that killed it. Now they're releasing the 2, and it's better, but I think it's still going to be a combination of 3 things. 1, it's too expensive. Because the Digital Trends article, while I think the way they said it wasn't good, but they were right about one very specific thing. Why would you not pay an extra $200 to get a Fold? The Fold 3. Why? You can pony up. If you're already spending that much, why wouldn't you spend an extra, 12-13%, whatever, to get the Fold 3? You have a better chance of it being supported for longer. It seems like you actually have a better warranty from Samsung. And just in general, the software experience is better. It's more mature. I guess it depends on what you're going to do with it. But in all likelihood, the Fold 3 is going to be the better thing in almost every way. So, yeah, the price is wrong. They needed it to be, I would say, if they really wanted to actually make sales, they needed to launch no higher than $1,200. Maybe $1,300 would have been believable, but I think that's still too much. $1,200, absolute max. And that when you consider that you're going to have the iPhone coming out practically at that same price, you're going to have the Pixel very possibly at that same price, and both of these are single screen phones. Yeah, it makes sense, but Microsoft has sacrifices and concessions that they're making with this device, and I think a lot of people are going to look at it and just say, we don't care. We don't want to buy that thing when there are these other things that are more suited to what we're looking at. So I think they needed to get the price just down. Somehow, some way, price had to come down. The second issue is that it lacks the coolness, the nice look. Carson will come back to that. But do I think it will be $1,200? No, but I'm not ruling it out. Anyway, so peace, y'all. No, so number 2, I think the device itself, while they have written this nice little story in their heads about how you can set the phone down and half of it works kind of like a stand while the other half sticks up in the air and it's your screen and it's kind of like a laptop. Nice story. not great. Not how people are going to be using it in most cases. They've written this story in their head about how not being a true folding phone like the Galaxy Fold is somehow just as good or not a big deal. I think we can clearly agree that's not the case either. The Galaxy Fold having no gap is a big deal. People care about this. People like having a gapless folding phone. And the third thing for the win, the third thing is just realistically, let's be honest here. The software experience is just not going to be there yet. I'm sure it's not bad, but I don't think it's going to be that good. I think that they need a little more time to clean up their experience. I think they have to figure out more things. It's very notable that the Galaxy Fold solved one of the bigger challenges that the Surface didn't, which is you can't use the Surface Duo when it's closed. So, well, can you... I didn't see. Did they show if you could fold it inverse? I know it can't fold flat because of the camera bump, but does it only fold with the screens facing each other, or can you fold it out? I'm not seeing... Let's mute that and just see real quick. Oh, okay, so you can fold it that way. Great. So you can fold it with the screens out. That's fine. Okay, so thank you, Verge, for confirming that much. Yeah, I'm still looking at this, and I just can't shake the feeling that this doesn't solve the right problems to get a lot of love and attention. So I think that they're closer. I think they've done a lot of things right. This is a lot closer to the device they need to be making and selling if they want something unusual to catch on. But honestly, yeah, I think Microsoft's big smart move would be to keep making this device, because they should be in this market. This is a good market to head down. But smart move, also make a normal phone. Make a regular phone. Maybe come up with some neat gimmick for that too. There's nothing stopping that from being a good idea. But yeah, build a regular normal phone, or normal-ish, and market that alongside the Duo. Because if they do that, Microsoft can actually get a foot in the door with this game. And they need, I think the biggest thing is they need to get a device out there that they'll be able to run and objectively say, hey everyone, here are the neat integrations we have between phone and OS if you're using our phone. If they can create that scenario, Microsoft can start winning people back to Windows, and it can start winning people over to their phones. But they're not going to do it with this phone. It's too expensive, it's too niche. It just isn't going to happen. Carson asked, have I ever met Dieter before? Yes, I have. I have met Dieter at 2 different IOs. We didn't talk, like sit down and talk. But we've shook hands a couple of times. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was some brief interaction separate from that, but I can't remember the specifics. But yeah, the press area at I/O, I don't want to say it's impossible not to run into somebody in there, but it's kind of just like a small-ish picnic area, with like, I would say, I wonder if I know I have pictures of it. Let me see if I can bring it up. Not that any of these pictures would have Dieter. Well, Actually, maybe they do. Let's see. It occurs to me how long it's been since I have opened up Google Photos on the web. Okay, that didn't help. Because I know I did get a picture of the picnic area. Yeah, I didn't think that would work, but I tried searching picnic. How about California? Ah, yes. Okay, so this is what the press area looks like. Let's see. Who in here is familiar? If anyone else sees a familiar face, feel free to point it out. But besides the back of a few people's heads, that doesn't help. And I don't really think I recognize any of these faces. But let's see. Where these two guys are sitting, that's actually the spot where I was sitting for most of this particular IO. Is this who you're talking about? I don't know if that's Casey Newton or not. I actually have to look. Oh, no, that's... I don't think so. If that... I'd almost swear that's not him, but I don't know. Maybe it is? At that angle, it's real hard to tell. Yeah, anyway, so this is what it is. It's basically just these tables set up. I would say there's maybe like 2 more tables to the right that are out of frame. I guess at the far back you can see one of them is actually getting into frame. And then I think 1 table to the left. Basically, this table that's dead center that you can see the Casey Newton look like. There should be a table on either end of that. And then basically just goes back. Like, that's as much press area as there is. Plus, there's like a little bit of open space kind of next to it. And to the left of where you're seeing, there is 2 or 3 sound booths. These are for the podcasters or people doing calls or videos or like the YouTubers, stuff like that. These are sound booths so that they can record in basically total silence or near enough silence. They also had... What was the other thing that they had set up on that side? I can't remember. I think it was 3 sound booths and there was like 2 of something else, but maybe I'm misremembering that part. And then immediately behind me, from where I was taking the picture, immediately behind me is an island where they would put all of the, like, their meals that are just in to-go boxes, basically. Which is basically just sandwich, chips, a cookie, an apple, something like that. And that was it. And behind that, that's like a little center island thing, but behind that there's a larger sort of food service thing that like in the morning it would kind of have a serve yourself bunch of stuff, but then it gets basically closed up and they just put a bunch of like drink I can't think of what they're called, but basically self-service drink fountains. And that's it. And then So again, to the right, there's a, let's see, is that, so to that right, gotta remember I'm mirrored here. So to that right, there's a open area, and I've mentioned this in the past. At a certain point on one of the days, a few Google executives will come in and kind of answer questions. They don't answer anything, but they kind of do the like shaking hands, do a nice walkthrough, kind of the let's be seen moment, and that's about it. But they do that over to the right over there, and it's basically just an area large enough for a crowd to kind of center around the executives. They hang out for about 15-20 minutes, and then they GTFO because they don't want to be there either, and I don't blame them. But yeah, anyway, it would have been, I think, the night before, or day before, whatever you want to say, the day before this picture was taken, I think. Could be wrong on that, but that should be about right. Let's see. And then the other, and then I think it was that same night that happened, I believe, was the first time that I met, no, that wasn't the first time. It was, I think, the second time I met MKBHD. If I remember, I think this was also the second IO when I met, or the second time I met Dieter. Hard to say for sure. I could look at the date and probably figure this out, but yeah, I met Dieter for sure once. I'm pretty confident twice. I've met MKBHD once at Moscone Center. Literally, it was over. Like, it was very much an in passing, like he was on the way to something. I was on the way to something. Somebody drug, I think, him into a conversation. And as I'm walking by, they're like, "Oh, hey, Cody, like, come over here." And it's like, what? Hey, what? And they were like, "Oh, this is MKBHD." And I'm like, "Hi." And we shook hands, and both of us were like, "So we gotta go. Like, we're in a hurry," and we both went different ways. And then the second time, it was at this. If I've met him more than twice, I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure this was the second time. And somebody, I forget who it was, someone specifically wanted to introduce me. I think they wanted to hype themselves up as kind of a, "Hey, look at me, I know MKBHD, let me introduce you to him." And I'm there like, I mean, I have met him, and I don't have anything specific I need to say to him. Like, I've got nothing against him. I have nothing I'm going to say to him. Like, shaking his hand isn't really that big of a deal to me. And they're like, no, get over here, and so in the most awkward introduction possible, they're like, "Hey, have you met Cody?" And it's like, and Cody, this is MKBHD, and it's like, okay, this is just weird. And I think I even said something to him. I don't remember specifically, but I kind of think I remember saying something like, "Well, that was an awkward intro. Hi." We shook hands, and he said, "Nice to meet you, Cody." And it's like, "Yeah, likewise." And I think we both kind of just turned away from each other. Because, again, nothing against him. Nice guy, but I don't really have, I don't have a lot to say to him. Like, we don't do the same thing. At least not at that point in history. Let's see. Wasn't he on the AP podcast once? Yes, he was. That was Actually, I think technically may have been on twice. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, he was on the AP podcast. Actually, there was a point in time Artem was actually trying to hire him to be on the AP YouTube channel. And MKBHD's response was along the lines of ignoring Artem's request. I think he did finally answer Artem to say, thanks, but I got my own thing going. But yeah, he made the right move. But yeah, the episode of the podcast he was on, I don't believe I was on. Let's see, that wouldn't be hard to find. Maybe, oops. Nope. YouTube, AP, no. I shouldn't type AP podcast. Android Police Podcast, MKBHD. I bet that should come up pretty easily. December 21st, 2019. And okay, this looks more like it. So we did have him on for that one. Oops. Okay, no, we didn't have him on back in 2014, I guess. I would have sworn we did. Way back in the early podcast days. But, yeah, this is when Jules was producing the show. And... Oops. Bad pause. It's unfair to pause him like that. Come on, David. Talk way less. There we go. So, yeah, he was on, but that was when AP did the... we're going to hold a quasi-interview, but only let certain people do it because they want to be the ones who are known for doing the interviews. Now, I'm not salty at all about how that was run. Not even a little bit. For what it's worth, it is very much to note, it was not Jules's fault that it was run that way. He was given orders to not let the rest of us do interviews. You can imagine you can imagine what I mean by that. Anyway, so yeah, I know he was on one other time. Let's see, was it maybe this episode 86? Let's see. Nope, it wasn't that one. Oof, what the hell's happening here? Okay. Let's see, how about... Oh, hey, there's a live entry that never actually went live. That's always good. Yeah, I don't know. I am so confident we had him on twice. Once way back in the days when I think Cam was still there. I'm pretty sure MKBHD came on once during that. But I don't know with enough certainty. Let's see. Have I tried bribing Artem with RAM sticks? Artem took no interest. No interest whatsoever in the podcast. He wanted it to not exist. And that was back in the early days. Back in the early days, other people started the podcast, and Artem was like... Artem listened to the first episode, apparently, and was like, this isn't the type of thing I want to listen to. You guys should do it different. And then, apparently there was a brief, no, we want to do it like this, argument. And then that turned into, okay, fine, you can do it, I'll just never listen to it. I wish I was kidding. That was so long ago. He was MKB 720p. I like it. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Now that I'm looking at doing something kind of distantly similar to what he does, I could see a little bit more chatting with MKBHD, but yeah, I'm at the moment, the plans are still unclear, or rather non-specific. I know what I want to do, but anyway, so really quick, I'm gonna scroll back up because I kind of left a few more comments behind, or maybe I didn't, or not really, because I saw Hoopy take off. Still no Android 11 on the first gen Duo. Oof, I didn't realize that. That is going to be rough, though. Kind of wonder if maybe Android 11 will roll out to the first gen Duo about the same time that the Duo 2 comes out, with most likely Android 11. Just a hunch. That, or maybe they'll skip 11 altogether and just go straight to 12. They might. I doubt it, but they might. Let's see. Carson, do you think this Pixel 6 Pro will be $1,200? So, kind of, yeah. I kind of do. And notably, I think base model is going to be cheaper. I think base model is probably going to be like $1,100. I think the Pixel 6 non-Pro, honestly, I'm kind of expecting maybe 900, but I don't think so. I'm thinking that might be 1,000, which is a cringy price. I don't deny. I'm hoping it's like 800. But some part of me, like, everyone has said, everyone who has any sort of context on this, they keep saying that this is not going to be a cheap phone. They're implying it in various ways, which it's possible that that's part of their marketing scheme. Like, you know, get people's minds already into the idea that this is going to be a costly phone, and then when they announce it, it's going to be like, oh yeah, it's 800 and 950. At like 800 for the regular and 950 for the Pro. And all of a sudden people are going to go, oh, we thought it was going to be way worse than that. Now we're happy. That could be the plan. I don't think that's the plan. I think 100% they are going to... I think the low price on the regular Pixel 6 is going to be 900. I think the likely price is 950 or 1,000. And then I think the Pro is going to be 100 to 200 more. I don't know why, but I have 150 in my mind as the gap. But yeah, I don't have a lot of faith here. I think there's a very real possibility the Pixel 6 Pro hits 1,200. And then it would be like 13 or even possibly 14 for the max size, max storage. I hope that's wrong. But I don't have any reason to think it is. And that scares me. So yeah. That being said, I think no matter what, the biggest storage size, I think it will be more expensive than 1,200. I don't think 1,200 is going to be the cap. But we'll see. Okay, let's going down a little further. There's the Casey Newton discussion. Did they even have any outlets there? Oh, at these tables. Yes, they did. I'm assuming that's what you're looking at. So, let's see. Well, you can see under the tables there are cables running up, and I think right there, if you look next to that drink. Wait, is that it? No, that's not it. Damn it, come on. Let's look at one of the closer ones. Where are they? There were outlets. I'm just not sure where they were. I'm thinking maybe they were... Were they inside of those little holes in the table? Or was it somewhere else? I definitely remember plugging in to an outlet here. But I'm not sure where it was. But yeah, obviously everybody was plugged in. You had to be. Because you were competing with Wi-Fi signals. You kind of had... Everything was just running, like, overpowered. It was a thing. I guess I don't need to actually have that be the permanent background, so switching back to me. Carson, wow, dedicated sound booths for podcasters. They seem to have planned it out pretty well. So about that, it was actually not, I mean, I say for podcasters, but that wasn't really what it was for. That's what it got used for mostly, but it was actually in response to previous years where a bunch of like influencers, YouTubers, whatever, came along in Moscone Center. And apparently, or I've heard, I don't know how accurate this is, but I've heard that they would dip into rooms where no one was in so that they could film stuff. And so obviously that was kind of off limits. They weren't supposed to do that. And that caused a little bit of trouble. But that wasn't the response exactly. It actually came after the first year at Shoreline. The first year at Shoreline, a whole bunch of YouTubers were literally like standing outside of the event venue, or they were like going off into weird corners also they could try to film, and they had so many problems with noise that they ultimately like complained. And YouTube basically was like, all right, we got to do something about this. So they ended up setting up these sound booths. And they were just, you know, portable sound booths, nothing too special about them. But you could go in there and it cut out most of the sound. At least that's what I was told. I didn't actually step inside of one. And they were closets. I mean, they were tiny. So it's not like you could do a lot in there. But you could record, you could feasibly set up video and shoot something. More likely what you were going to do, instead of trying to shoot something because it wasn't an attractive setting, it was just inside of this ugly box. More likely what you're going to do, and I saw David Emile doing this. I saw a few people doing this. In fact, this table, damn it, come on. Okay, Google Photos, we're just going to refresh you because you're acting up all kinds of weird. Mute. Stupid Nest Hub. Okay, so switching back to this view, that guy to the right with his back to the camera, if you go one more table over... Oh, wait, this is a different picture. Isn't it? That's weird. Okay, anyway, if you go one table to the right of that guy with his back to the camera on the right side, there were... The people who were set up on that table one day had, like, film gear. They were decked out. They actually had a softbox set up. They had lights, a couple of cameras out. They were, and it didn't make a lot of sense why, but they were filming a few things. They were goofing around with a Chromebook on the table. and a few other. They were doing a few different things, just filming it, and then they would go into the sound booth and do voiceovers. So they were making videos, but they had to split it up because there was just no way they could get good sound in the press area. Meanwhile, they couldn't get good video in the sound booth, so, you know, split the job. Austin said, I want to go to the amphitheater. Been to Moscone, but that was a long time ago, and we were guided through because we were high schoolers, and we attended the keynote and one session. That's cool. I mean, at least you got to go to the keynote and a session. That's actually pretty badass. Random question, what year was that? Because if it was 2013, 14, or 15, I was actually in the keynote of all 3 of those years. So we actually would have been in the same room, even though we did not run into each other. Though if you were there for the, Google Glass or any of the keynotes prior to that, I was not there. Let's see. All right. So Carson said should have posted selfies of, of MKBHD. That would have been something, I guess. But to me, the selfie, or not selfie, but the picture with me next to Matias Duarte was like, I don't get starstruck, so I don't like care, but I think that's technically probably the cooler one. Like, no, again, nothing against MKBHD, but MKBHD's followers are fans. Matias Duarte's followers are cult members. Like, different scale. I think even MKBHD would agree with me on that one. Let's see. Austin, you've only met C-list Android bloggers. I think that's me. We haven't technically met, but I'm pretty sure I'm C-list. Let's see. Oh, it was 2012. You're pissed you didn't get a Nexus 7. Okay, so we missed each other by a year. Hey, for what it's worth, man, I have only once gotten something from a Google I/O that was actually something I used, and that was a Wear Watch. Other than that, they gave me a original Chromebook Pixel. Is that what it was? I don't know. Anyway, they gave me one of those, which in theory would have been cool. It's an expensive gadget, but I had no use for Chrome OS, so it literally just sat in the box. It's actually still plastic wrapped to this day. Let's see. They gave me... What else was there? Oh, I think they gave me a Nexus 9, but I already had one, so that was completely pointless. That may actually also still be in the box. Was it a Nexus 9? Actually, now I'm not sure. And I don't know where I moved it to. Because it's not in the spot that it was sitting for like 3 years. Might have to figure that out too. What else was there? Multiple Google Homes, which I already had as many as I was going to use. That was pretty pointless. Yeah, like they have not given me good stuff, is really the message here. I started going when it was already too late to get anything good. I guess the watch. Again, the watch was about the one exception. Okay, so catching back up, getting down to the Nexus, or the Pixel 6. I keep saying Nexus. I'm gonna do that the rest of my life. The Pixel 6, you're thinking $849 and $1099. I could see that, but that is a really big gap. Or no, wait, what am I saying? That's 150 gap. Why am I? brain fart. Oh wait, no, that's... Sorry, no, that's a $250 gap. Why did I... Yeah, brain is really confused for a second. So, 250 seems like too big of a gap. Austin calling for the 128... Or you're saying that's throwing you off, you're thinking 1049 base. The thing is, like I said, 150 sounds right to me for the jump from regular to pro, but I also don't think they're going to do that. I don't know why, but some part of me thinks that that's wrong. I don't know. It's so hard to guess. And tell me honestly, is this not the hardest pixel to price in history? I mean, I think everyone was surprised that the original Pixel was a little bit more expensive than everything prior to it. But other than that, haven't we always had a pretty easy time guessing what the price of the Pixel was going to be within, like, maybe it's off by 100, but we've always kind of known within $100. If it's not this price, it's this price. It's $100 higher. Like, that's our guesses, and we're gonna be right with one of those two. This time, I mean, I'm sitting here going, well, the Pixel 6 could be as low as 800. It could be as high as 1,000. It could be more than that. It could be less than that. I don't know. And given the chip that's in it, the various other things happening, it's all over the place. I just have no idea. I'm feeling that for the first time ever, I could picture the Pixel 6... Well, actually, let me say the Pixel 6 Pro. I feel like I could see the Pixel 6 Pro having a range of prices $300 apart for guesses. And every one of those guesses is realistic. And for what it's worth, if it's true that Google really is gonna like lay out the money and they really want to push units this year, I mean, it could be way cheaper than we're expecting too. Way cheaper being like, we're expecting 1,000 as a minimum, and it could end up being 900. Hell, it could be 800. It feels insane to say that because that seems way too low, but at the same time, maybe. Like, man, it could be anywhere. Carson, regular iPhone 13 is $829. The 13 Pro Max is $1099. I wouldn't count those the same because you're comparing not just the upgrade from 13 to Pro, but also the upgrade to the Pro Max. So that does tweak the prices. They're using expensive parts. Licensing fees are strange this year, and who knows if they'll pass the marketing budget into the MSRP. Yeah, I mean, the counter to that is if they can actually push units, and that's a big gamble, but if they can push units, it's that classic thing of if you got this product that is only profitable if you sell it, or with, let's say that you're only going to sell like 100,000 units of something, which they're definitely going to reach millions, but let's say for a second you know that you only expect to sell 100,000 units of something, and it's only profitable to make this product if you sell it at, let's say, $1,000. All of a sudden, if you know that you can actually hit 1 million units, that same product might become profitable at $900. That economy of scale makes a big difference in price. And if Google is sitting here genuinely thinking we can push 6 million units, I don't know if that would be their threshold. I'm just throwing out a number because estimates also call for it being everywhere from, or previous Pixel devices, estimates have predicted that those have usually been 3 million to 4 million, maybe a little over, maybe a little under. If they're sitting there saying we can double that, or who knows, maybe they're sitting there saying we can triple it. By the way, yes, hey Curvy Mermaid, how's it going? But if I mean, if Google really thinks that they can market this and push it and really get numbers out there, maybe it becomes worth it to say, yeah, let's drop the price. Let's push more units by getting this thing out there at a lower price. Because dropping the price by even $100 will change the number of people that buy it. Usually not by enough, but it might. And if you're gonna market it, like that matters. Like that extra $100 is a marketing push. And for what it's worth, you know that they're also packing this in with sale prices associated. So yeah, honestly, I do think there's a realistic possibility that the price of these phones could be actually surprisingly cheaper than any of us expect, and it could be that they're way over what any of us expect. There is no good guess. So let's see. Austin saying base Pro Max is $1099. They'll match it then. They could. And I mean, that's kind of what I almost expect. People said it in the past about previous Pixel phones, and I do think there's some truth to it. They're presumably watching what Apple does, and whatever Apple's price is, they may be matching it. But at this point, I think they've also seen that is a losing strategy. Hopefully, they see that as a losing strategy because it doesn't work. Matching Apple's prices does not work. So hopefully they see that and maybe drop the price. At least just don't match Apple's prices. Go in $50 to $100 cheaper. Just anything to not be the exact same as Apple. Austin, Gen 1 Nexus 7 was 2012. Right. I never had a Gen 2 Nexus 7, though I did have two Gen 1s. I don't think they ever gave away the Gen 2 at an I.O. Let's see. So, Curvy, Nexus 7 came out in 20... Oh, is that sarcasm? Okay. Slept until 7 p.m. Eastern. Carson, yeah, it was 2012 and 2013. That's correct, I believe. Because, yeah, the Gen 1 was 2012, and then the second Gen was the following year. Let's see. Rip Shemu. The Nexus 6 was probably the hardest time I have ever had trying to get a phone. Oh man, you did not try to get the Nexus 4. Oh my god, the Nexus 4 was a fight. Trying to get the Nexus 4 was sort of like trying to buy tickets for Google I.O. back in the days when it was just first come first served. Curvy, no, that one actually didn't get filtered. I just read it and didn't repeat it. Yeah, or at least it came through on my end. Did it not show up in the... Is it possible it didn't show up in the... Man, I can't read that tiny little... Switching to studio mode so I can actually get enough resolution to see that. Nope, it made it into the video too. Okay, so anyway... yeah, the Nexus 4, oh my god, that phone, the back order on that phone was insane. And when it came out, we were sitting, You guys would have laughed at this so hard. So, AP members, everyone already knew if they were going to get the phone or not. Or rather, sorry, everyone already decided if they were going to order the phone or not. And when, so Google opened sales in Australia before they opened sales anywhere else, because they had a set time that it was going to open. When sales opened in Australia, and you know, we're talking what, 6-7 hours before it opened for us in the US. Maybe it was less than that. I'd have to check, but it doesn't matter. When those sales started, oh my god, it sold out in Australia in a matter of minutes. And all of a sudden, as we're hearing this and getting this information, it's like, crap. We're gonna have to sit there and just, like, this is all we're gonna do when it comes our time. And so every person who had decided that they were gonna get a Nexus 4, they basically just said, all right, we're done doing news until this is over, or we'll do news in the lead up to our time, but as soon as we know it's like getting close, we are just stopping. We are focusing entirely on ordering our phones. And just within our chat room, every person who was ordering that phone was like, just hardcore refreshing, doing everything they could to get in and get their orders. I was either the first or second person to get my order through. And you better believe that was insane, because the site was crashing left and right. I think at that point it was Android Pay, but maybe not. I'm not even sure that they had branded it at that point, but whatever the payment system was, it was bugging out hardcore. There was just one problem after another. It broke bad. That's going to be you on October 19th. What's October 19th? Is it for the Pixel 6, or... Because I think that was the estimated launch day. And if it is, that's going to be me too. But we'll see. That being said, why is Google promoting this phone over a month before it comes out? I could see, like, getting down to 3 weeks. Okay, start putting up ads for it, but I mean, they've had ads up for 2 weeks. Like, come on. I don't know that that's the best strategy. Anyway, so let's see. Anyway, yeah, the Nexus 4 was crazy, and the back order on that phone was, I think there were people, so they didn't let it get to long back orders. I think the longest back order that they allowed was something like 10 weeks out, so about 2.5 months. But like every few weeks they would open up a new batch of Nexus 4s for people to order, and there was people still trying to get the Nexus 4 as far as 6 months after it came out. I think it was at about 6 months they finally stabilized their shipments and managed to get all of them out. But yeah, the Nexus 4, they grossly underestimated how popular that phone was going to be. And for the Nexus 5, they got it a lot closer to right, but they still didn't get it quite right. But I think the Nexus 5 at least took something like 45 minutes or an hour. That landed on me. Freaking flies. Okay, anyway. What was I gonna say? Totally spaced it. Anyway, Austin said, that was the weird Chromecast Nexus 7 event before I/O. Not sure what that was in reference to. Let's see. So, Austin, probably because they think they'll get people to hold off on the iPhone 13. I don't think that helps. And I don't think it matters if you get people to hold off on the iPhone 13. Unless, like, there are people who are worried about losing out on trade-in offers. Which I'm worried about too. Because I still want to try to get to order it, but I can't find a reasonably priced iPhone 11 or Pixel 5 or Galaxy S20. I can't find reasonably priced model or reasonably priced used of those that I can trade in. Speaking of, quick Craigslist check again, just to see if anything's changed in the last like few hours. Nope. Sadly, no go. Wait. Did I miss this? Someone is selling a Galaxy J3 Eclipse? What the hell? I've never heard of this phone. That is a generic piece of kit. Let's get back to studio mode so I can do this switch. But yeah, someone's selling this thing. I feel like that's not going to be worth a trade-in. Some real yikes factor with that. But yeah, I still want to get one. I just can't find a way to trade in, or I can't find anything to trade in. I'm thinking if I want to do that, I might have to go to Swappo, which that raises a lot of that kind of raises a lot of price challenge, I guess. Or not price challenge, but it's not ideal. Oh, wait. Hello. Swappa might actually have them. They have one here for, they're saying as low as 340. Yeah, it's fair condition. I feel like I want to aim just slightly higher than fair condition for a trade-in. That way it's not it doesn't come up in questions about whether or not it can be traded in. How about, can we go to, I assume good is a sufficient condition. 360. I could do that. It's not as good as the 300 I was shooting for, but I could do that. And there's several phones. Austin, apparently the Pixel 6 Pro that was in the video was sold. I'm not surprised. I actually saw people asking, "Hey, can you connect me with someone who could make this happen?" So, yeah, this is something people are definitely trying to get the unofficial copies of the phone. Yeah, anyway, so I can't say I blame people that much. Not that they should be trying to buy stolen or questionable copies of the phone, but also just kind of not surprised, if you know what I mean. Oh, hey, I need to deal with that later. Okay. So what else is there? By the way, just because I'm gonna call 15-minute warning. Well, just because, who knows, it may or may not ever happen. But to be fair, it'll probably not be too much longer because this chair is killing me. My broken ass chair, which for those who weren't watching the game stream, let me demonstrate. The chair is currently locked in the upright position. Like, if I just grab the bottom of the chair, like, this is how far it tilts back. Like, back to here. Now, if I don't grab the bottom of the chair, here's what happens. Busted chair. Very, very busted chair. Want to get that sound effect? Very busted chair. So yeah, anyway, if anyone knows someone who is hooked up with free chairs, let me know. Small part of me was kind of hoping some chair company was going to see my tweet on Twitter and be like, yeah, let's hook this guy up. That's some free promotion that we can work with. I got no such offers. One can hope, right? Anyway. Let's see. So, what other topics do we have? Because I already did the college student thing. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I didn't even get around to the other Surface products. So, I think we've already hit pretty much anything of interest with the Duo 2. There's not much to say. As a device goes, I think it's interesting. It looks neat. I dig the pin. The flat pin that sticks to the front of the case. Like, that's actually cool. Probably not a good idea, but it's neat. So yeah, anyway. On the Surface Studio laptop. So my thoughts on this are somewhat limited. I don't have a lot to say, but definitely my biggest thing, and they're showing it right there, I think that part, that folding mechanism they have there, I bet is going to be so freaking flimsy. I think that thing is going to... Damn it. I missed it that time for sure. But I think this thing is going to break. I do not have any faith in the durability. Oh, I hit it. Where's that fly? Where's that fly? Where are you at? You need to be crushed. Got it. Black Hawk down. Anyway, specs make it seem like a gaming laptop. No. You know why I say no? Because no gaming laptop is going to have a fan situation like that. I learned that the hard way. Because, man, my Surface Book, they talked up how great that thing would be for gaming. Like, they had that whole thing during the original presentation saying, we didn't set out to make a gaming laptop, but turns out it's actually pretty good for that. Bullshit. It was mediocre at best. It did not have that good a performance. So yeah, no. I'm gonna call not a real gaming laptop. Like, I'm sure it would do okay for a few things, but yeah, not really gaming laptop. But here's the thing. If you're actually folding it and using it like this, I mean, look at that little tiny part right there. Like that cable or cord or whatever the hell that is. Or maybe that's a spring or a hook. I don't know. But man, that stuff's gonna break. Even if it doesn't break, it's gonna wear. This thing is going to wear and tear so fast. I just do not have any faith in this thing being a good long-term product. If you buy it and only plan to use it for a year, it'll probably be fine. If you're wanting it to be a long-time product, no. Stay the hell away from this thing. It is not going to have durability. So, other than that, it's an interesting device. I think they did something cool with it. It looks slick. It looks like I want to have one. I want to play with it, but I don't want to spend my own money on it. That's the biggest catch. I want it, but I do not want to spend my own money on it. If I were working for a company that had a budget to blow on stuff, I might ask for one. You're better off getting a Sega laptop. I don't know that brand, but honestly, trying to think if maybe that was a typo or something, but yeah, it honestly, like, anything else is going to be a better choice than this, unless you're literally going for like the casual use that can still be decked out. And yeah, Carson, you brought up the 32 gigs of RAM, and the 3050 GPU. Kirby's saying it's garbage. Here's the thing. It's a laptop graphics card. Of course, it's not going to be the like hardcore, true gaming card. But it's going to be as good as a laptop's going to have for a while, short of a laptop that if you drop it from an overpass, it's going to leave a crater in the ground below. Like those kinds of laptops, sure, you can put a bigger, better video card in there. But for something that is this size, a 3050 is as good as you're going to put in it. I'm pretty confident on that, so I get it. They showed it running Forza Horizon 5 in the keynote. Is that impressive? I mean, I know the Forza Horizon, I know the Forza franchise. I know it's racing, but I have no idea if that's a particularly challenging game. Runs a potato. I assume that's runs on a potato, but yeah. Here's the thing. Okay, you're saying it's definitely graphically intensive. Does it require a beastly system? And whether it does or not does it matter? I don't know. Like, can settings be turned down? Could they be faking it? I don't know. Any of those could be questions. I'm not too worried about that. My general argument just comes back to I have faith that it's probably a good card, or at least as good as you're going to put into a thin laptop. It doesn't have to be the best thing, and this is not meant to be a gaming laptop. Like, this isn't something that you're going to put all of my references would be outdated, but like whatever the current version of Crysis is, like, you're not going to put that onto this. You're not going to be running some hardcore maxed out game that only runs on like 3 systems. Actually, simple. You're not going to be running Cyberpunk at max settings on this laptop. Not happening. But I have faith that it could run a lot of other stuff okay. But that's not really the question. And how hot is it going to get? Even if you can run this stuff, that doesn't mean that this thing is not going to suddenly sound like a jet engine taking off. So, you know, my general thinking is, I'm sure it, like the specs, that's great that it's kind of built up to be capable of being a gaming laptop. You still wouldn't want to run it that way. It would be a real bad experience, I think. That being said, like, cheers to the 120 hertz refresh rate. I thought it was interesting how much they spent talking about that. Let's see, nice high aspect, or nice high resolution, good size screen within reason. 14.4 inch at a 3.2 is pretty sizable. Not huge, but that's good. Let's see. Was there anything else? Curvy. It also has to run on Xbox One. To be fair, that doesn't mean anything if they can change graphic settings. I mean, you could definitely run, like, I mean, hell, you can run Cyberpunk on an Xbox One. It runs like garbage, granted, but the thing is, you have to turn the settings down to nothing to get it to run at all. But you know, you could also run it on a Series X, and like, if you could turn the settings up all the way, like turn the settings up to PC level settings, not a chance. A Series X could never even come close to running what a PC can. So yeah, I think we're splitting hairs on it. It doesn't matter. Again, it's the best video card you can put into a laptop this size. Otherwise, who cares? So yeah. Oh, and I didn't really notice this myself. I wasn't watching super closely, but I saw it called out that apparently the response speed of the stylus not so great during all of the videos. Oh my god. Do I already have this in the list? I just got an email. Oh good, I already have this one. I just got an email with another movie trailer. I suddenly have all the, or sorry, not movie trailer, but movie screener. I have like 5 movie screeners to watch in the next week and a half. Oh no, I guess, you know, I guess it's not that bad, but I've got a few to watch over the next like 2 weeks. Not that that's a big deal. Not that anyone cares, but just figured I'd bring that up. Okay, anyway. Plus you don't have a gaming PC, you wouldn't know. Not sure who you're talking to, but you could fit an RTX 3070 Max Q in there. There are laptops as thin as that with a 3080 Max Q in there. If you say so. I mean, I don't follow super closely. Oh, you're talking to Carson? All right. But yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, okay, actually, I'll just say this. I don't actually care. To me, it's not that big of a deal. It's not really worth picking apart what can and can't be in a laptop. Point is, it's still a pretty thin build. And if they stick in a card that is just absolutely size gutted to have it in there, like if it's going to run too hot, it's not worth putting it in there in the first place. So whatever they put in there, it's going to have to work within their thermal limits. So I one way or another, I don't think this laptop has the thermal capacity, like the actual airflow capacity and the ability to clear heat fast enough to really justify truly ridiculous top tier cards. So I honestly, I think they probably went to their limits, and that doesn't make it a gaming laptop. It just makes it more capable of gaming than it would be if they cut some other corners. If anything that stands out to me, it's actually that this means Nvidia has been manufacturing chips for these, which has just contributed more to the chip shortage. So their inability to ship the cards everybody actually wants is at least partially due to the fact that they are shipping chips for, or what cards, chips, however we want to say it. They're shipping them for the Surface Laptop Studio. So I'm not sure that's the best situation. Okay, so pulling up the video Carson dropped in here. 4K 60, that's just gameplay. What is this on? Like what system? And as far as graphics go, all right, so picking this apart real quick. Actually, wait, let me see cloud movement. Whoa, wait, are those clouds actually... Oh no, they're just... Okay, that's just a texture warp. Okay, the distant backgrounds are fine, but those are easy to do at this sort of scale. The clouds, they're doing a warp technique instead of moving the clouds as like a parallax. At least that's what it looked like. I don't think those are parallaxed. No, they're just warped. Trees look... Yeah, the trees are kind of muddy. Can we get... And it's tough to tell what... Because they're doing motion blur. There should be motion blurring those trees in the back. No, it's a little on the muddy. Actually, let's get out of foggy area. Come on. Oops. Okay. Alright, it's a little muddy. It's not bad. Like, this is good looking. Surrounding areas are muddy. The cars look pretty good. Actually, they're doing some nice... They're doing some nice lighting technique on the cars. They've got some reflections on the curved edges that look good. Though, kind of janky on the right bumper here. Like, just dead center. Something does not look right about that. It's rendering a little weird. I mean, it looks good. But I don't feel like this is crazy out of control, like high quality graphics. Especially not those buildings. Honestly, some of these buildings look like trash. But hey, you don't need to go that great. Am I not playing it high enough? Oh, okay. I mean, I don't think that's going to make the difference here, but I mean, the colors to me stand out as being the part that makes this look good. The actual quality of the resolution. Actually, okay, I will partially give a little credit. Those chairs, those plastic chairs, are actually looking really good for what they are. Because they've got some shadow rendering underneath the curl, the lip that those chairs actually have. It's possible that's a texture thing, but if it's not, like if that's actually lighting that way, that would be really good. But then you look at this building, and this building, there's the banister. That banister looks like garbage. You can practically pick out triangles. It is not, that part looks bad. So surrounding elements are not good. If you're looking at the top of the window on the back of this car, you can also pick out there's some lines that aren't perfect. Like they're cutting a little bit of the corner with this. So yeah, this isn't great. This should be Series X, you guys are saying. So yeah, I mean, they're good graphics, but they're not spectacular. Like, if you were doing this on a PC, they could be better. Oh, did you guys watch the jump here? Okay, it'll happen. Watch on the other side of the road that is closest to us. Watch the grass as it gets closer. You'll see where it turns from... I don't think they're rendering that live. I think what they're doing is texture mapping it and then switching to a live render as you get closer to it. You can see that grass actually changing color as it switches to the live render. That looks jank. That looks super jank. But hey, it is what it is. So I like that you suggest I could just skim a 30-second video. Just skim it. Nah. Anyway, so I mean, this is pretty, but I think it's more the art style that makes it pretty. It's not that it is the most intensive game. Their draw distances are kind of weird too. But is that line supposed to be in there in the road, or is that's just got to be their texture? I can't imagine that's correct, or rather I can't imagine that's a draw distance issue. That would be impossibly short. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal that they were playing this on the studio. The studio should easily be able to handle this, I would think. And then let's see, they showed off the Surface Pro 8. I don't know, does anyone even care about this? I don't have anything to say on this that I can think of. I mean, ARM processor, running Windows, so that's not going to be the greatest experience in the world. Also hyping up the 120 hertz refresh rate again with the stylus, though as a lot of people at AP were pointing out, the stylus had some input lag. The theory I was posing is that that's probably more of a thing with Adobe, because Adobe's software is notorious for having some input lag. But I bet it's not an issue with other apps, or at least using it as input like you would a mouse or something like that. Anyway, yeah, I don't feel like there's really anything special to say about this. It's literally just another Surface Pro. The stylus is probably the biggest change, or the most interesting change, and that's something that applies to several other devices. I guess they added, let's see, no, they didn't add any ports, but oh wait, oh, I guess they did. There's one more finally to discuss with it has 2 Thunderbolt 4 USB-C ports in addition to the standard Surface connector. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's fine, but I just have never felt any interest at all in the Surface Pros. But at least not since, like, the original version. I remember going to look at those very briefly and deciding, nope, not interested. And actually, that may not have even been a Surface Pro. That could have been the original Surfaces, the ones that were running, what was it, Windows RT or whatever. I don't know. Just, I typically want something different than this. If I wanted to get something like that, I'd get an iPad. I feel like that suits my use cases more. Which is normally the opposite of what I would say. I'd normally be all about the give me something that can do more, but I feel like this is making the wrong compromises. Surface, the only good Windows tablet before the Stream Deck. Yeah, I'm still not sure what to think of the Stream Deck. I feel like that's going to be one of those products that it could be really, really good, or it could be only good enough if you really insist on sort of forcing it to be this thing. And I'm not sure that's worthwhile. Did I say Stream Deck? I meant Steam Deck. My bad. Yeah, so still, I'm holding to this opinion. I don't know. To me, I'm still. Also, you're calling it a Windows tablet, and I know technically it kind of is, but I'm treating the Steam Deck as it's a Switch competitor. To me, that's what it is. I don't feel like it's really a tablet. It's a Switch competitor. And, you know, feel free to argue that a Switch is effectively a tablet that has removable controls, and that would be entirely true. But it just doesn't feel like that. And I know a lot more can be done with it because you actually are running Windows, but I don't know. It feels like the only thing anyone's going to want to do with that is play games. Which worries me because I also think the gaming experience on that is probably not going to be wonderful. But we'll see. Or rather, Curvy will see and will report back to us because I'm not ordering one. You call it a gaming tablet. Yeah. But I think... I don't know. I'm not sure if anyone else ordered one, but I think you were the only one out of our group. And I know 1 or 2 people at AP said they were going to, but I don't know how many actually did. Because I know for sure one person who said they were, or was talking about it and then backed out. Not like they canceled the order, but like order day came along and they're like, nah, I don't think I'm going to do it after all. And now that same person is saying, do you think I should have done it? Nah, I'm glad I didn't. But do you think I should have? You know the type of person. Yeah, you're going to do the are you planning on actually like attach, or how are you doing that? Does it allow for upgrading the internal storage, or are you just like planning to plug that in the NVMe? Because if it's like a plug-in situation, that seems unpleasant. But if it's like a replacement thing, that's kind of cool. I didn't pay very close attention if that was possible. You can upgrade the drive, but it's cumbersome. I mean, maybe it won't be that cumbersome. Did they like show the process? It's kind of accessible. Okay. How, honestly, did they actually like show someone doing this, or did someone get hands-on and get to try this? I'm curious how that's known already, because for a product that's not out yet, it seems like that would be the kind of thing that they wouldn't show off so much. Okay, so they said you can do it. I guess that's all you really need. Let's see. So, do we have any other topics? I kind of asked this earlier, but like, legit question, because I may be kind of out of stuff to say. I'm quickly skimming over the Verge's news coverage to see if there's any other notable topics. Linus Tech Tips will do it, trust me. Oh, okay, so really quick, just to... That brings up the dumbest of things, but... Oh my god, I hate YouTube's recommendation algorithm. It latches on to anything you do. Anything you do. If you watch even the smallest bit of a video, you will get recommendations for that forever. Kirby, technically I did 15-minute warning half an hour ago. Oh crap, and that just reminded me, I think I forgot to do something earlier. I'm gonna feel so dumb if I did. Because I needed to have it done by 5 and I think I forgot. Anyway, so guess I'm not sure that I'll even... Yeah, I definitely forgot. Fudge. That sucks. Oh well. Actually, I guess really quick checking. Yep, I definitely screwed that up. Okay. Yep, I forgot to do something. Oh well. It happens. So, yeah, what was I going to say? How's trying to get a remote contracting job? I put out a couple of feelers on something. I don't want to talk about what it is yet, but I've been waiting to hear back on that for way too long. I really wish it would hurry the hell up, because if I can get that particular job, it would be awesome. It's not contracting work, it would actually be working for a company, but I have something that would be a good fit for me, let's say. It'd be a really good fit for me. And then I've got a couple of other ideas on things I want to try for. If pay is what I believe it to be, yes, it would be a pretty good pay. Not spectacular, like not turn around and buy a new house in a year kind of pay, but it would be good enough. Like it would be substantially more than what I have ever made at AP, largely thanks to how poorly I've gotten paid at AP. Damn it, I see that fly again. Better than freelancing? I don't know. See, well, if you're talking freelance writing, then yes. It's basically impossible to make good money being a blogger. Well, that's not true. You can, but you have to do the right kind of stuff. I'm not going to talk numbers, but here's the thing. If I get this job, I'll just say, if you just do a little bit of internet sleuthing, you will be able to find out exactly what it pays. Or, well, not exactly, but within a pretty close range. I'll just say that. So, I'll leave it there. But seeing as how I have not actually gotten the response back yet, and I'm sure I'll get a response, but seeing as I haven't gotten a response yet, I think it's safe to say it's currently an unknown. Do they let you work from home? Currently, I'm gonna say yes. The job technically does have a required location, but I know the company currently is not forcing people into their forcing people to work in offices unless their job actually requires them to be in the office. So at the moment, I'm going to assume they would be cool with me working from home. Gotta love the vagary that is here. But anyway, and the next company I'm going to be applying to, I know, is basically the exact same story, or close enough. So with luck, I'll get one of those jobs, at which point I can work from home or anywhere else. Funny enough, it would... So evening podcast, unknown. Very unknown. Because if I'm right, I might also have somewhat flexible hours. It won't be perfectly flexible, but somewhat flexible. There would definitely be, I'm confident of it, there would definitely be some required hours, but I'm pretty sure I'd be able to do, like, oh crap, I just realized two things I forgot to do. Fudge. Okay. This whole day has been really off. That'd be middle of the night for you, which would work. I get that, but yeah, we'll see. Now I don't know yet what the limitations would be. There's actually still a lot of things about the job I don't necessarily know the details on. So, if they get back to me and are even interested, then I'll figure out more. And I don't envision that they would care that I'm doing streams, but they might. I don't know. It kind of depends, because what it is that I want to do, I could see them vaguely caring. But, all right. Well, take it easy. Enjoy dinner. And yeah, you're probably not missing much. I think I'm probably going to hang it up shortly. So have a good night, Curvy. Take it easy. And if by some chance I'm still talking when you finish dinner, I'll welcome you back at that time. But take it easy and good night. Let's see. What was the other thing? Oh, I was saying about the YouTube algorithm. It's funny because I watched a Linus Tech Tips video where he brought on the guy who did the Verge, the infamous bad computer build on the Verge, and had that guy actually build a computer with him. And they partially followed the Verge's instructions, which went awry. And then, yeah, and it was a gimmick, obviously. It was a goofball video. Anyway, I watched it because someone recommended it. And oh my god. Now, it's not like it's that big of a deal, but I don't watch Linus Tech Tips. And it's not like any strong position. I'm just not interested in the stuff he covers. Anyway, now my YouTube recommendations always have 2 Linus Tech Tip videos. Every recommendation. And it's like, God, YouTube, come on. Like, let me have a fluke. Let me have a fluke where I just happen to watch one video. Don't turn that into the forced press of that video for the rest of eternity. Which I know I think I can go into the history and remove it, and it'll vanish fairly quickly, but it's just one of those things, like, it feels weird. It feels thirsty. It feels thirsty in the bad way. Leak questions for software engineering jobs are annoying. Or, sorry, leak code questions. What do you... leak code? Is this a term I'm not familiar with, or is this something? Okay, no, this is something. I actually am not familiar with this at all. LeetCode is the best platform to help you enhance your skills, expand your knowledge, and prepare for technical interviews. Not sponsored. Hacker rank. Ugh. That name alone. These names already just make me feel cringe. So what is this? I'm not sure I understand. Is this like another we teach you and test you on what you learn kind of thing? Oh. Wait, what? Companies basically use questions from these sites for technical interviews? Oh, please don't. Okay, this thing flying around is... Come on, give me a good clean shot at you. Ah. Barely missed. Or nearly hit. Okay. Explore a well-organized tool that helps you get the most out of LeetCode by providing structure to guide your progress towards the next step in your programming career. Companies and candidates. Not only does LeetCode prepare candidates for technical interviews, we also help companies identify top technical talent from sponsor... Okay. The whole technical interview process is so unreminiscent of actual programming on the job. Oh, believe me, I know. I remember my very first programming interview. The company no longer exists, by the way. Let's start with that. It was this company that their big claim to fame, I'll tell you this, their big claim to fame was that they were the company that ported Doom to C#. Like, that was their big, look at how cool we are, we rewrote Doom in C#. Which, there's a whole weird backstory to that makes it even stupider when you find out what it is. I'm not going to go into that, but yeah, anyways, so that was their big brag. Anyway, I got an interview with them. I drove down on, and don't get me started on how pissed I am at some of the other factors here, but I drove down on my dime. I interviewed, all of it on my dime. And this company, we have an interview. It's going really well. And then they give me a coding test. And they're like, here, what we want you to do is build this thing that's going to replay recorded chess moves. That's all. You just have to have it replay recorded chess moves. And it's like, all right, no problem. And then they just say, okay, well, here's Visual Studio. make it. And then they give me the list of chess moves it has to replay, which they hand me a piece of paper. They did not give me the chess moves just typed in. I had to do data entry for a coding challenge, which is just like, cool, you're wasting my time. They gave me, I believe it was an hour. And the format of the moves, there was something really weird about it. I forget what it was, but let's see. Anyway, it was really dumb, and I asked them a couple of questions about what it had to do, and they didn't give me clear answers. Like, I gave very specific questions, like, does it need to do this? And it's like, if you get to it, yeah, sure. But if you don't, okay. And it's like, no, just like, is this like, there are several features here that I could be building in that seem like they're a part of this test, or not features necessarily, but like functions that I could be building into this thing. Tell me if they're required or if you expect them. Don't just tell me no, because if not, then there are other things that I would build instead, or I would build better. And yeah, it was dumb. And I had, I think, 2 people kind of standing near me watching over, but they lost interest very quickly. And anyway, I got it mostly done. It was pretty close, but not quite. Anyway, they stopped it and basically like said their goodbyes a few minutes after that. This was literally like the end of the day kind of the thing. So I head back to the hotel room. They sent me an email a little bit later, and the whole interview, like I said, had gone really good. Even the coding challenge, despite the fact that I didn't finish, they said went pretty well, because most people never finish anyway. And which tracks with the 1 hour time limit. And the fact that like I had to rebuild the chessboard in HTML. I had to, what else did I have to do with it? I had to build out the parser. I had to build the chessboard in HTML. They didn't make me put in like images or anything for the pieces. It was just literally like what was there. Like I think I put labels in or something. I don't remember exactly. The amount that I could do in an hour was not much though. Anyway, so I got back to the hotel room. And I got an email from them saying, you know, it was really great. You can probably expect to hear from us shortly. And it's like, okay, well, that's good. I get back up to home, which was an 8-hour drive. Yeah, about an 8-hour drive. Not that same night, but the next day, I think. And like 2 or 3 days later, they contacted me and said I had the job. And it's like, great, cool. And so I quit my current job, which at the time was working at Dell. And after I quit, they sent me a new email saying, so upon reevaluation, we've decided that you don't fit our culture. But thanks for coming by. And they never respond. They never, like, I emailed them back. They never even responded again. But yeah, that was weird. So yeah, technically they catfished me or duped me into quitting a job, which to be fair, I hated that job. So I was pretty happy to quit. But yeah, that was weird. That was real weird. But what I found out sometime later, there was good reason why they did this. As crappy as it was, it's basically that the company was running out of money if they had actually hired me and if I had moved down there, I would have probably been out on my ass. I don't know how long it would have taken. It probably would have been a few months. But yeah, I would have moved down there, had a job for just a little while, and then I would have lost the job almost immediately and been screwed. So probably a really good thing, because fun little fact, this happened during an infamous hiring freeze all through the computer industry, or programming industry, I should say. So yeah, I had several other job interviews set up that all just vanished really, really close to this time, and there were just no companies hiring. Famously, a ton of software developers in Silicon Valley actually ended up becoming bartenders after they couldn't be programmers anymore, or basically like no one was hiring. And coincidentally, I ended up then going to get a bartending job what, I don't know, 2-3 months later. So yeah, I ended up doing what all the Silicon Valley people kind of did anyway. But yeah, so that was my first real job interview. And yeah, the company ended up sinking, like fully sinking ship style, just went under sometime later. I don't remember how long. I know I figured it out at one point, but I'm not sure how long they stuck around. And yeah, good riddance to them. They were a dumpster fire of a company. The fact that was their coding test was bad. I also had a pretty sketch situation with a coding test at Microsoft. Actually, technically 2 tests at Microsoft. I went up there years and years ago for this one thing, and I spent probably... okay, so I went in and I basically sat down with 2 of the most junior people on the team. What did they ask me to do? They had me build some, like, fairly basic data structure. I mean, it wasn't as basic as what you get out of, like, a standard data structures class, but it was close. Think like a doubly linked list kind of thing, but with like a couple of weird little oddball things tacked on. And they wanted me to do it specifically as test-driven development, which is like, okay, guys, why? I'm happy to build tests, but don't force me to go down the let's start by writing our test, have it fail, prove that it fails, and then go write the code to make it work. Don't do that. That's just slowing down your interview. Anyway, so and I had not used the specific tool that they were using. So they were kind of being super dickish about, like, the fact that I didn't know their specific, the one that they were using. Anyway, so that was a crappy experience with that. And then later that same day, I was supposed to have an interview with the architect. Oh, this was bad. The architect, first off, shows up 20 minutes late to the interview. And, okay, he said he had some other thing come up. It was a working issue, but he said this other thing came up, and so that's why he was running late. But I overheard something and kind of figured he just didn't give a crap. Like, he just wasn't going to show up. Because the way he described it sounded like this is not a priority issue. Anyway, so he shows up late, and in the meantime, the other person that was there, who was kind of like the lesser person interviewing, but still involved, basically said, well, I know what he's going to ask you to do, so I'll just kind of get you started on this. And they asked me to design the data structures to design the data structures that would go into an elevator. Like, what data structures do you need to control an elevator? Now here, let's be clear. I have done years of contracting. I know my stuff. And I know, number one, yes, sit there and ask some questions. So I'm sitting there like, all right, this isn't as easy as just saying, I need a single variable to hold a floor number. That would be dumb. So I asked, basically, look, first question, do I need to represent each floor as any sort of object? Am I going to be putting in extra data that is relevant here, like security card access or any of that stuff? Obviously I'm going to need, and I'm talking through, because that's what you're supposed to do with interviews. I'm talking through this as like, well, obviously there's going to be a variable to store the current floor, the floor that you're going to, or rather what other floors have been, buttons for floors have been pressed. And yeah, it would be an array, though. Arguably, you might need more than that. I also asked, and this is the question where this whole thing instantly pissed me off. I asked the question right up front. Do I, or should I include, or do I need to account for things like fire safety? Do I need to account for like a telephone being inside the elevator? What are the other, do I need to have alert, errors, like error status? I know these are questions you don't necessarily think when someone says, make the stuff for an elevator. But I've worked as a contract software engineer. Like, my job was literally to walk in the door, sit there, let them tell me what they want built, and then I sit there and say, okay, here's the questions you guys don't know to ask yourselves. And I'm good at that. I can walk in the door and I will make people sweat with how specific I can get in coming up with questions no one should be able to come up with. I have other stories related to that. In fact, I actually have a reputation for this. But yeah, I'm hitting them up with all these questions, and which, yes, is eating up my time, but I'm also thinking, look, if I have to make changes to the board because you say I forgot something, I don't want to have to do that. Like, I want to know what needs to be considered right now. That way I can write one time. I'm not a super fast writer on the board. I want to know one time, do I got to do this? Do I got to do that? Welcome back, Curvy. But I want to know these things. Give me details that I need to know in order to do your test correctly. And I'm asking the right questions, which is exactly what you want. You want a person who's smart enough to ask the right questions before they start writing code. So this architect, he tells me, all right, don't worry about the fire stuff. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. Like, he answers most of these questions. Some of them not with very good answers, but he answers most of these questions. So I start drawing this thing out, labeling things, putting it all up there on the board. Halfway through, he goes, okay, so what would you do if you had to put the fire stuff in? No. Do not do that during an interview, you dick. That is unprofessional as fudge. So, yeah, it was a lot to hold back the sarcasm, because there was a serious sarcasm machine boiling up inside of me. But it's like, well, all right, I asked about that before. At this stage, if I'm going to do that, I would be adding it to here. probably knowing in advance that this needs to be considered, I would change this part up here. This part down here needs to be completely redone because of this thing. And yeah, I went through it, but oh my God, the fact that, like, it's the classic example of changing requirements after you've started on a project. You try not to do this. You change requirements for version 1.1 or version 2. You don't change requirements as you're building 1.1. That's how it goes. So yeah, to this day, I'm still pissed at that guy. And I hated that whole team I interviewed with. I interviewed with Microsoft twice. The second interview, I really liked the people. I just wasn't picked. They picked other people instead. But with that first interview, I hated their entire team. Everyone there was kind of a dick. They seemed to do their jobs poorly, and they had terrible personalities. I was not going to take that job. Honestly, it would have been hell taking that job. I would have tried, if I did get it, I would have transferred out as quickly as possible. Like, it would have been my immediate thing to start looking for other departments to work in. And given what that particular department was, that, yeah, it would have been a crappy job anyway. So yeah, coding challenges. Let's see. I don't even want to count how many times I have had to do coding challenges on a whiteboard. Don't ever ask someone to do that. That's dumb. Let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, saw what you said, Kirby. Yeah, I've had some dumb interviews. I've had some really dumb interviews. What's funny is I've also had a few over the phone where they ask technical questions. And oh man, the technical questions you'll get asked over the phone when someone asks, like, what kinds of things can you do with this, or how does this thing work? I mean, they're not technically coding questions, but they are. Yeah, that's always fun. I think I got that one. I don't see it. It was too small, but I think I zapped that little guy. Yeah, so Zoom for days. Was it you that had the interview at Google on Google Docs? That was me. Yeah, that was a disaster interview. And yeah, they were interviewing me for the wrong job, so they gave me the wrong type of question. They thought I was they assigned me to someone who handles testing for like server infrastructure, and I was applying for like Android app development kind of stuff. Or well, there were several different things. Technically, I wasn't applying for a job. What they had done is Google does this thing. A lot of companies do this. They basically say they basically tell their employees, hey, if you know anyone who would be a good fit, submit their name and you'll get a bonus. Well, somebody I went to college with, well, I think it was someone I went to college with, he submitted my name, which is funny because I hadn't talked to him in years. So him submitting my name, I'm sure it was almost borderline, like, he just went down the list of all the people he had contact info for and probably submitted all of us. And that's the kind of guy he is, so that tracks. But yeah, so Google contacted me, and I had a few interviews over the phone before they hooked me up with this competency test. And yeah, it just went. That competency test just ended that interview. And then I was contacted a few weeks later by a different department in Google that basically said, hey, so We're not really sure how that happened to you, but it shouldn't have. We'd like to talk to you. And then they lost me after that. So, yep. It happens. Hopefully, that doesn't happen to me again, because that's actually not the first time that I've been lost in the system before. And, like, basically been on the track to get a job and then not gotten one. That happened to me with Harrah's in Las Vegas. I was supposed to join as a bartender doing flair bartending, and they kept losing me. One person actually literally said, "Here's my personal number. Please call me if we lose you again." And, like, you can tell they actually want to hire you if they're going to that extent to try to not lose you. And I still got lost. So, yeah. Weird how that happens. Some people literally have the worst luck. Okay, no, that's nothing I can do anything about. Let's see, Austin. Fairly works a lot different. They were basically begging for anyone, but the pay wasn't competitive for the Bay Area. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, and that's one thing. If Bay Area jobs, man, you gotta have good pay, otherwise just not worth it. There's so few spaces there that aren't ridiculously expensive. It just doesn't work. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not completely opposed to getting a job in the Bay Area, but kind of trying to not, because that's too expensive. Or rather, even if you get a fairly high paying job, you can still just be like broke. Yeah, California tax is really high, particularly Bay Area, LA, and San Diego, because they have state tax, income, property, and sales tax. They have I think certain counties may have a tax. I could be wrong on that. But they also have city taxes. And San Diego is famously the worst. San Francisco's really high up there. I know LA's on there, but I don't know what it is. And yeah, the individual cities impose their own sales tax and a couple of other taxes in some cases. So it's pricey. Curvy, you got lost in the system too. It sucks, right? Like, it's bad enough to, like, not get the job. It's doubly bad when you should be getting the job and you waste a bunch of time going through the process and you don't get it because a software glitch or something. Somebody who some software glitch, likely the result of someone who shouldn't have had the job in the first place, causes you to lose a job. That's always a bit of a burner. Even with bonuses, I'd still be better off working for NIH, making less in... Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Well, there was actually a Bay Area job so when I was contracting, the amount that I was technically getting paid contracting arguably was, I don't want to say low, it definitely wasn't low, but I got a few job offers, actually a lot of job offers from contracting. Every company I contracted with, or not every, sorry, it was, I'd say 2/3 of the companies that I contracted with ended up offering me jobs. One of them I turned down because, oh my god, the place they were at sucked. Like, the city they were in was just awful. There was this other company in particular. Again, there were a lot of these job offers, but I did a lot of contracting that was like short, a few week, like 4, 6, 8 week contracts. So you kind of fly through some stuff. Anyway, I contracted with this one company. Oh God. So first off, they brought me and a few other people in to do sort of a push. They figured they needed to get some project done in their goal was 5 weeks. And it wasn't to get it done, but it was to get it to a certain stage of completeness. First off, I'll tell you, I was there about 2 days, I think, when I figured out there was zero chance that we're actually going to get anything close to this. They had 6 months worth of work in front of them, not 5 weeks. Anyway, they wanted to bring me in for 5 weeks with an optional 6. Anyway, so while I was there, they started by encouraging people to work weekends, like work Saturdays. That lasted 1 weekend. Well, it had already been going on. They were already encouraging people, but it wasn't like required. By the second weekend I was there, it was required that everyone be there Saturday, and they were strongly encouraging Sunday. And by strongly encouraging, you could tell this was like a straight up, if you don't do Sundays, we're probably not going to keep you long. You could tell people were feeling under the pressure. And by the time like the next weekend rolled around and it was required, everyone had to work 7 days a week. Though they weren't strict about how long people worked on Sundays and not too strict on Saturdays. They were trying super hard to make this schedule. That thing literally flew up to right, like almost touching my eyes. Anyway, yeah, which I was okay with this because I was already planning to work 7 days a week. If you're doing jobs like this, you want to do that because you're getting paid by the hour. You're walking in the door. You want to work as many hours in the day as possible, as many days as possible in the week, and you want to finish your job. Your goal is to just roll it out as hard and fast as possible, get the job done, and then either move to the next job or take your next break. Which at the end of this job, I was going to have a 2-week break. So that was my plan. Like, I'm going to clock up so many hours. I'm going to get this thing done. I was literally working 100-hour weeks. I actually have invoices for, or I sent them invoices for, I think 106.5 hours one day, or sorry, 1 week. Yeah, and these were weekly invoices because we had to. Anyway, so yeah, literally that they were in that bad a shape that they needed to rush everything through, and they still missed it by a mile. They weren't even close. Anyway, they did give me a job offer, which it was kind of hard not to sort of laugh when they offered me the job, because first off, I knew I was making more than their people because I got to bill hourly. They were asking all these people to work on salary for, huge, like 12 plus hour days plus weekends. They weren't paying them extra. They weren't giving them anything. I was making way more than any of them. And then they did offer me benefits, and it's like, what benefits are you going to offer me? Insurance? Guys, let's see, at that time I would have been 27, something like that. I was in great health. Doing this job like that probably would not have stayed that way, but I was in great health. Didn't really need the insurance from them. And that's just more money that I'm getting as a contractor. So yeah, they tried to talk me into taking a job, and it's like, there is no way in hell I'm taking a job with you guys. You treat your employees badly. You would be paying me less if I went on permanently. And they tried to get me back as a contractor too, but and I probably should have taken that. It would have sort of sucked, but I should have taken that one, because I ended up instead going to this other project that was already lined up. It was a thing I'd already technically agreed to, because it was a company I actually contracted with a couple months earlier, and they liked me so much that they asked me to come back. And so I'd already agreed to do that, not knowing that I was going to be asked to come back to this other job. And when that happened, I went back to that first company with a new project, and this time under a project lead, this guy who was a project manager, who was horrendous. He was awful to work for. At first he seemed fine, but he turned out to be a really slimy dude. We'll just say I'm very glad that I did not get sued, because he put us all in a position. He very literally committed fraud, and he put us all in a position where we were technically guilty and didn't know it. So yeah, not a great situation. And yeah, reminder, as always, keep records of every communication that happens, because it is not wise to risk having somebody do something shady and you don't have proof that they are the ones who instigated it. Fortunately, that never came up. He did throw me under the bus with them, but they never moved to a lawsuit or anything like that, so it didn't matter. Oh, what is this? Oh, geez. Coincidentally, somewhere... Curvy, this is very weird timing, because not long before you asked the original question about how that was going, I just glanced over in LinkedIn. Somebody sent me a recruiter sent me a like, hey, we're looking for this kind of person. Would you be interested in applying? But it's a LinkedIn recruiter, so, you know, like 80% chance that really, really bad job. For a mobile application developer. What is this company? Sorry, I'm not going to actually show the details here, but... Oh. It doesn't say what the company... Oh, wait. Okay, it's a contract to hire job op. Yikes. There's a lot of lack of specificity here. It's just an intro email, so that's not that big a deal, but still feels... That's Carson, it actually does not say. It literally says fully remote mobile application developer. Let's see. Came across your profile and thought you could be a great fit for a mobile applications developer position. It is a fully remote 4 to 6 month contract to hire opportunity for a large... I'm not going to well, she doesn't specify the company, but well, it doesn't matter. It's for a large electrical tools distribution company. So distribution is the part that is weird about this. Like, so it's not a company that makes the tools, it's one that distributes them, presumably, which is weird. Oh, I'm sure, yeah, this person did not read the resume. She doesn't know She doesn't know what she's looking at. She just searched for Android or do I have Swift in my profile now? I might. I just updated it not long ago. Let's see. We will close these windows. I'll drag this out so I can actually see it on the big screen. Let's see. Where are skills? Where are skills? Are skills even still part of... Yeah, I guess they are. Okay, yeah, I never added Swift. Interesting. I probably should. What else could I... Oh, no, it might be in one of the job listings. No, I guess it probably wouldn't be. Yeah, since I'm part of Android Police, I get that. However, let's see. Moving this so I'm not doxing anybody. Not that this stuff isn't public, but yeah, even in my list of skills, I have Android development listed. So it is in there. I should probably pull out SEO because technically I definitely know a lot about SEO. I kind of don't want that associated. Let's see. Xcode is the most beautiful ID, not gonna lie. Oh, I don't know. I mean, parts of it, yes, but I feel like Visual Studio's... well, I don't know about Visual Studio currently. I feel like Visual Studio, though, is a pretty nice looking IDE. Way better. So much better than Android Studio, JetBrains, IntelliJ, whatever. Oh, damn it. I can't even start Xcode now because I just updated it. Have to install the command line tools or platform components, whatever it was. So that's going to take like forever. Let's see. But I have... Where's my project? I want to pull it up so I'm actually looking at it. But yeah, I don't think... It's definitely up there. But I feel Visual Studio is competitive. And I can't think of any other ID that I would actually say looks good. Because obviously there's zero chance anyone is ever going to say that... Damn it, I started that sentence thinking I would actually be able to remember the name of that crappy thing before I said it, but I can't think of it now. It's the thing that everyone was using for Android development back in the early days. Because that is ugly. It was horrendous. Okay, looking at Xcode, I get it. It's clean. It doesn't have a lot of unnecessary lines or anything like that. But I still don't know that I would say prettiest. But it's good. Eclipse, yes. Eclipse was awful. So bad. Worst thing ever. So Carson, I'm definitely talking Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code. I don't really have any real opinion on Visual Studio Code because I basically never used it. And currently I have Visual Studio for Mac installed. Which actually, this is Visual Studio 2019 for Mac. Do they have an updated one yet? Looks like 2019 is still the most current. That's a shame. Oh, they have the preview for 2022 though. I might peek at that because I'm okay with the Visual Studio. Actually, Visual Studio for Mac, if you ever have reason to install that, it looks pretty decent too. I wouldn't say it's the best. It feels like there are a few little details in there that aren't great, but it's good. It actually doesn't look that different. Carson, you're an evil bastard. No. No Material U in Android Studio. I don't want buttons that take up 3/4 of the screen. I want space to code, not color shifting buttons that are huge and bulbous. And who doesn't love the word bulbous? But no, I cannot tolerate Material U in Android Studio. I'm already not in love with Android Studio. But yeah, let's see. Do we have any better screenshots? I guess not. It's probably about as good as it gets. But yeah, this is Visual Studio for Mac. It doesn't have a bunch of unnecessary lines. I think the only real mark against it is selected files. The if you look at the file bar or the directory nav on the left side, the selected file with the gray background or gray selection, like that's kind of ugly. All of the color palette stuff in the code is obviously just how it's themed. Otherwise, you know, I'm looking at that side by side with Xcode, and I feel like both of them are basically equal in terms of attractiveness. The biggest issue I have with Xcode, no, I did. Damn completion. Just Xcode. We're looking for images of Xcode. Is this going to be current? This is an older version. So, not that one. How about, actually, I guess, tools, time in the past year. That ought to be good enough. Yep, okay. This is current. So I will say for the selected file that's on the far left, that order placed view, that I think is a little prettier. The biggest mark I have against Xcode is the files, the tabs up at the top here. They are just squared or rectangular blocks. And compare that with Visual Studio, where they are actually like tabs with angled edges, kind of like Chrome has, or had. I guess Chrome no longer does that, but yeah, honestly, I still kind of prefer that they look like tabs. I think it's more visually, it's easier to distinguish visually. That's the issue. Xcode 13 just came out, which, yeah, I just installed it. Or, wait, is this 13? Yeah, I just installed it yesterday? Or maybe it was this morning? I don't remember. But yeah, just updated to it. I saw they made some more changes, or I saw that Swift 5.5 is in the list, and I know there was some stuff that was 5.5 specific that I was kind of waiting for. I don't remember what any of it is now, but I'm kind of looking forward to it, so I'm probably going to go back to working on a project with that, I think. yeah, I've got a lot of stuff I want to do and not enough time, which sucks. But it is what it is. Concurrency, yes. A lot of stuff related to concurrency in my wish list. Because they added... Oh, what was the name of that? Let's see. I bookmarked it, but I don't know if I'll be able to find it quickly because it was part of a big list of... Oh, damn it. Ah, got you. I saw a spark with you. That's another one down. As I see another flyby almost immediately. I don't know if I got that one or not. It looked like I did. Projects dev. Is it maybe this one? No, that's not it. Maybe under here? Oh, what is the name of that thing? This is gonna bug the hell out of me now. Okay, I know I have it bookmarked, but I'm not sure what folder I put it in. Further proof, we shouldn't be having our bookmarks in folders. We want metadata for them. So much better. But anyway, oh, wait. Is it under here? Oh no, those are old bookmarks. I know I could search for this, but anyway, there's some thing that they were doing with Swift where it super simplifies concurrency. I cannot think of the name of it right now, but it's literally what you basically do is you can fire off a job, and in a very short amount of time, you could fire off several jobs to happen concurrently, and you basically just declare at the end of this, wait for all of them to finish, and then you can continue on. Like, it's a really simple notation, and it was something that you could technically kind of do before, but it was broken and not really working fully. Now with 5.5, apparently this is just straightforward, piece of cake, no effort, and I'm loving the sound of this. So yeah, I want to definitely spend some time toying with that. But I will get there when I get there. I have other projects that I really want to try to focus on, which is pretty much going to involve the YouTube channel. So you've already got some sense of what that's about, but we'll be getting there. I'll have more to share when there's actually something to share. Which, actually, on that note, I think I've now successfully more than obliterated the 15-minute goal, and I can feel my voice starting to hit that limit. And plus, sitting in this chair, not being able to lean back or take any comfortable position is I'm looking forward to sitting in a soft, cushy chair. Let's just say that. So yeah, I think now is a good time to pack it up. So let's see, quickly double checking. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so thanks to everyone for coming by and hanging out, being part of the conversation, keeping me chatting, keeping me rambling. Thanks again to Austin for the tip tonight. And as always, thanks to Diablo for being a consistent subscriber. That's the word I was looking for. Let's see. Game streams coming up. Wait, what's the weather? Hold on. Weather. Weather. Okay, so for Saturday, it is set to be 84. I think that'll probably be fine because the night before is Friday is supposed to be 91, which is going to be terrible. But at nights, we're supposed to be getting down into the mid 50s or even low 50s. So actually might end up being really easy to cool off. And if that's the case, should be fine to game Saturday, I think. Sunday is supposed to be 82 and kind of cloudy. So yeah, should be sure thing for Sunday. Saturday's very likely, I would say. Let's see. As far as what to play, I think it's probably going to be starting on Watch Dogs. We shall see. Probably Watch Dogs. I know I keep saying this, and I'm dead serious. I do mean it. I'm going to try really hard to get a photo edit stream happening really soon. The one thing is there's a chance I might not do it with the Razer earbuds just because I just need to get that thing out, and trying to delay getting it out based on getting a photo stream happening at the same time might not be the best strategy. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I still want to do some photo edits and get that ball rolling again. Anyway, so I think that's everything. So again, thanks to everyone for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending your morning, afternoon, evening, dinner, lunch, brunch, whatever with me. I will be seeing all of you again very, very soon. And with that, good night, everybody.